second.
All righty. Calling to order the meeting of the Buncombe County Board of Elections for Thursday, November 17th, 2022. We are approaching the end of this election cycle. We'll have canvass tomorrow at 11, but there's a lot of odds and ends we need to address first, and that is what today is about. 4 members are with us right now. Mr. Carpenter is a little late. He'll be with us shortly. So without any further ado, the first item is the minutes from November 7th, 8th, and 14th. Colleagues, you have received hard copies, and you have also been sent electronic copies. I asked Director Duncan to put this on the agenda today, not to approve the minutes, but just to get everyone's attention focused on them, and it is my plan to dispatch or resolve or otherwise address these minutes at tomorrow's meeting. We're going to have some opportunity while there are manual edits being made, but I wanted to make sure that everybody got a copy so we'd all be ready for them tomorrow. And I'll whisper the same to Mr. Carpenter once he gets here. The next item on the agenda is office updates. Director Duncan.
All right, so Canvas Week has gone very, very well. The vast majority of the absentees were processed on Monday. That's the largest chunk of after Election Day votes that will be added to the totals, and as of that time, no race qualifies for a recount. So it doesn't look like we're looking at any recounts for Buncombe County. The sample audit is complete, and we also were able to schedule some review time with our temp staff of how things went for the election for them. We were really happy with getting that feedback, and we do this with permanent staff also after Election Day, and we would hope that we can schedule some time to do that with the board too. So we're hoping that we can make that happen for this election.
Question? Can we see that feedback?
That feedback Negi and I took as notes. We could provide that in a meeting, though. However, when we go,
we'll talk about it.
Yes.
I do want to keep operations separate from policy, separate from what the board does. So we'll talk about that at some later date.
Okay, and I also promised them that their input would be confidential. So I want to make sure that I respect that too.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's turn to today and what's happening today. We have a few things. First, Bria has completed the Election Day audit, and she has one ballot that needs presented to you. So we'll start off with that so that one can go on for the next steps. Then we will do the write-in tally for those write-ins that require voter intent review by the board. That will be next, and Devin Whitney will oversee that process. And then the star of the show, which what most people are here for today, are the provisional ballots. We have 580 of those to process this afternoon. And then we'll have a very tiny, under 10 absentee meeting to finish things off. And we do not have to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Good.
Any info about the sample audit? Any issues arise?
Nope. So the sample.
There was a question I know at the end of last meeting you mentioned.
Yep. So the sample audit. The point, you've done sample audits before, so we have where we're comparing a hand-eye count to the machine count, right. And we know any discrepancies between those two. We just have to be able to explain them. Mm-hmm. For 13.1, that was the Election Day precinct, only 502 ballots, if I'm remembering correctly. There was 0 difference between machine and the hand-eye count. For the early voting location, which was over 5,000 ballots. That one had 2 cases of where the machine counted an overvote, so there were 2 bubbles bubbled in, but a human could see the intent was to vote for one of the candidates. And then there was 1 write-in where you could clearly see that the person wrote in a name, but they didn't bubble in the bubble. So the machine didn't see that as a write-in. And that's in 5,000 ballots, so.
Wow.
And when we adjourned the other day, we had talked about how the sample ballot had been conducted, and there was just this one little thing. Well, we all came in on, on Wednesday? Tuesday morning. And the discrepancy was found within 12 minutes. And that's because when Corrine got home on Monday night, she couldn't stop thinking about the issue. And she did the analytics in her head, and she realized, oh, this is how to find the discrepancy. And sure enough, she came in Tuesday morning, executed the idea, and lo and behold, the discrepancy was discovered.
We did think we were going to have to count them all over again.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so the question is, sounds like there were 3 voter intents that got missed, so does that come before us to go to fix that for tomorrow?
That's a good question. So that doesn't happen. So for the sample audit, the purpose of the sample audit is to check and make sure there isn't something that indicates that something would happen that would change the outcome. And so that number is very tiny.
And it's to make sure that the machine tabulated the results the way the machine was supposed to.
Right.
And that was confirmed in the process.
Yes.
Right,
So-
right. I mean, the person overvoted, they overvoted.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Again, a human would have been able to tell the difference.
Which precincts were those again? last time?
13.1 for Election Day and Fairview Branch Library for early voting.
And I don't want to hold this up, but the purpose, is that the purpose of the audit, to make sure the machine is tabulating correctly relative to a hand recount?
Yes.
That's the whole purpose of it.
And how many races were counted?
Just one. You just count the highest race on the ballot.
That's generally the race for which the most ballots were cast. You tend to have the fewest undervotes on the top race on the ballot. It would take a long time if we had to tabulate all the races.
So, and it wouldn't be there's 2 referendum questions or at the end that they don't, because, I mean, the highest number of votes would have been an uncontested candidate, so it would have to be a contested position.
Oh, sorry. It's more the highest number. It's the race that is ideally that everyone has on their ballot.
Right.
So that's why it's the highest, not the highest number of people votes
Right.
for something.
But it tends
But
to
it's
be.
a contested race.
If you're saying what would happen if the highest race was uncontested? I don't know. Maybe the state board would change their choice.
But the one we did was a
So, I
contested
don't know.
race.
I want to be
Mhm.
here.
Yes.
I want to be here for that election. That sounds like a nice, quiet, smooth election. Uncontested.
Yay, good job.
Yeah, it's been a great canvas week.
Although, I can assure you that staff is eagerly looking forward to Canvas Week being over. They work so hard, but I know they're also running on fumes at this point, and looking forward to the weekend.
We're running on donuts.
Running on donuts and Reese's peanut butter cups. All right, Director Duncan, any more in the realm of office updates?
No.
Then it's time for write-in tallies. Thank you.
The first actually is Priya. She has one Election Day audit item that she needs for the board to review.
Yes.
I have an election day ballot that needs to be duplicated. It will have to be re-stamped, but you all need to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Voter intent.
I don't recall seeing an election day ballot that required duplication in the past.
It's an abandoned ballot, and it was abandoned because it wouldn't scan the first time due to unreadable marks, and the voter just left. But it has to be cast,
Fascinating.
so it needs to be duplicated.
So the voter voted, went to put it through the machine spit it back out.
Yeah.
The voter did not put it back through the machine and left.
Oh, we'll get to voter intent, but once everybody's given it the once over. So, Bria, what I'm guessing occurred is the voter marked that ballot, put it in the DS-200. DS-200 didn't like it, rejected it, and the voter just walked. They didn't know what to do.
They actually took it back to the voting booth and left it there.
Left it in the voting booth?
Yes.
Okay.
They said that they were going to go fill in the ovals, and then they just left.
I'll be darned. I would think that the thing to do would have been to spoil that ballot and just have them do it over, but
If the voter stayed.
that didn't
yes.
happen, yeah.
We know who the voter is.
No.
Do have an incident report that, that states that the person came in, went to the check-in station, and then this occurred.
Okay.
And I have a copy of the incident report if you'd like to see it.
Sure, thank you. So an ATV was generated, ballot was given to the voter, and they just never finished putting it in the DS-200 successfully.
But they attempted to put it in there, spit it out. So they intended to vote, I guess.
All right.
All right, colleagues, anyone have any questions about the incident report or about this ballot? I move that we approve the ballot that we've just reviewed. And upon approving it, I would suggest that we clarify the voter intent before it would be duplicated. All those in favor of approving the ballot, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. And let's address the voter intent question. Does anybody have any questions? Anyone have any confusion about voter intent on that ballot?
I would propose that, so you can't see the ballot,
Right.
but there are just kind of lines through some, around the circle. Some are through the circle and some are not through the circle.
Mhm.
But there's consistently one line per race that they actually voted. So I would propose that we count all of those pen marks as votes. There is one light pen mark for one of the races, but to me it looks like a pen mark. So that would be everyone's opinion, but that's my proposal.
Okay, are any, in your estimation, are any of those pen marks ambiguous with respect to which candidate it seems to prefer? They seem to really pick a candidate.
Yes.
They're not just
Some are
randomly on the
light and
sheet.
some are darker, and
Okay.
some are more scratched in, but there's only one per race. And, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Carpenter?
I would disagree with that. I think there's one race where the mark seems to be between two candidates.
Yeah.
And that's one I can't decipher voter intent.
I think that was a congressional race.
The judicial.
Those
Was it?
on the left towards the bottom.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
forget the races. I think it was the first. Yeah, I think it was a judicial race.
Hmm.
I had the same question about that one.
On the front?
Yeah, on the front.
Is there anyone on there that looks like it's between two?
If there's a mark between two different candidates, it should not be
Oh.
recognized as a vote per the number of
I was
votes.
thinking about that.
Oh,
Maybe we're talking about two different races.
I don't see any, I personally don't see, but let me read the rules.
5.1.9, and I'll take a second look at it.
What does it say? I mean, sometimes the line does not hit the oval, and that's my question, whether if the line is there but not hitting the oval.
This one was one.
Yeah, this one here.
Which one do you think? Which is the vote there?
My inclination is that there are some marks that are clearly, even though she didn't fill in the bubble, she made them. She scratched it, the bubble. And the others are almost like she just passed over without any real, she hadn't made up her mind to actually fill it in. And I'm conflict about that because I hate to go through this trying to judge the quality of scratch marks. But it seems that from the
Well, that's-
bigger picture of the voters' behavior that she made up her mind about some people and others she just touched her pen.
It says any ballot that has a mark that is clearly next to a candidate's name or across the name shall be recognized as a mark for that candidate. Similarly, a mark between or over the timing marks of the ballot that are clearly opposite or next to one candidate's name and not near another candidate's name shall be recognized as a mark.
Which page is that?
16,
Okay.
Go to the next page, look at 17,
okay.
5.1.9, in particular, example C.
A mark that's between or across more than one candidate's name or candidate area shall not be recognized as a vote. I didn't see that on that ballot. I have seen that, but I didn't see it on that ballot.
Did you think they were all clear, Linda?
I did. I didn't see one that I thought was ambiguous.
I'm just curious.
Because,
Which
yeah,
one?
I think there's two now that I'm questioning.
Who do you think they intended on these two races?
That and that.
Yeah. Huh, okay.
I mean, it could have been, I don't know if it could have been different. It could have been better checking stuff like this. This might be a second mark for that candidate. But that's,
I do see a slight check there.
What did you
that I
think,
didn't notice
Steve?
before.
yeah, so without that check mark, would you think it was the first candidate or the
Yeah.
second candidate for this one?
Both of
I
them were the
thought it was-
first one?
Just assume count these as undervotes.
How about that one?
This one's below this candidate's name, so it's not between two different names. So I think
It's-
the bottom one's pretty clear.
And it's more in the target area, I think.
None of these marks are within the oval, except this one's sort of on the oval. These two here, none of the marks are in the oval at all.
Well, that one's not either, but
But
I think I would, I personally still think that those are the votes there. But that's my opinion. I can see what you're saying.
yeah.
Easy.
Linda thinks this person voted for the first candidate. For the second one we were questioning about, do you think they voted for the first candidate or the second candidate?
The one with the consistent kind of mark, the darker mark.
Because this one had a light check mark beside the bottom candidate.
Yeah, I see it.
So,
And then there's that one.
So that's like the most,
Okay. Yeah,
that does
I'm
give me
really,
pause there.
I'll just put it out there, I am not interested in counting all the votes for all the races here, because some of them are just too ambiguous.
I agree.
That's your opinion.
And, yeah, and so what I think we should do is go through these races individually and just have a vote of the board on the races that we're going to count and the races that we're not going to count for this ballot.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so. There.
I'll need to stand around and look at it at the same
Yeah,
time.
Thought I got the wrong one.
I will remember the admonition we received earlier today, and that is, there's no dinner service tonight.
Feels intentional.
Okay, everybody, so gather around. I move that for the first race on the ballot, that the voter voted for Sherry Beasley. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. So if you would just color, well, wait, we don't want to mess
No,
with
I'm
this.
not stuck
We don't want
about
to mess with this. Can I get a sticky, please?
Can we pause for a second?
Yes.
Can you be the callers and they will mark?
We can turn you into the duplication.
Ultimate.
Ultimate duplication team.
All right, duplicators. Are
Ballot
you
style
looking
three.
at ballot style B0003?
Yes.
All right, we're already ahead of the curve. In the first race, Sherry Beasley. All right, board. Do I have a motion for that second race on the ballot?
I move that the voter voted for Coatney.
Okay, there's a motion before the board. Any questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
I believe that motion carried 3-2. So the
Okay.
second race?
No, that was a 3 nays, I think.
Oh, who was the third nay? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. The mask muffled the nay.
I
We
see
can do a
hands.
roll call.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so, AK, you got that? It would,
No, I did not.
okay. The motion
Did not carry.
did not carry by a vote of 2-3.
What was the motion?
The motion was
To
to
accept
count
Coatney.
Coatney as the candidate, as the voter's choice in the second race on the ballot.
And we have to have a motion as to whether it was an undervote.
Oh, yeah, I would move that we count this particular race as an undervote.
I think that is the best way to express it. Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
So will you say that again, please?
Yeah, I move that we count this voter's vote in this particular race as an undervote.
And so that's a new motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that motion carries 3-2, that in the second race on this voter's ballot will register an undervote. I'm going to make a motion on the third. I move that we do not count a ballot or count a vote in the third race on the ballot because the voter's intent is ambiguous.
Can you add that it would be an undervote if that were to happen?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the friendly amendment to that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries 5-0, and we shall not count the vote in the third race on the ballot.
I think the rest are clear, but I don't know if you still want to go one by one or not.
I sure don't if we can avoid it. That one.
Can we just call them out? And
Oh, okay,
call-
yeah.
so-
1, 2, 3, fourth race on the ballot. NC
Trey.
Supreme Court Justice is Trey Allen. Duplicators, if you would please indicate Trey Allen on the duplicated ballot. And colleagues, I see no vote in the next one.
Oh, I
No,
did.
really? No, I was going to vote for.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I move that we vote for Thompson on the next, the vote is for Thompson on the next one?
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. Motion carries 4-1, and we shall
Thompson.
count a vote for
Carolyn
Jennings
Jennings
Thompson
Right.
on the next. Next one, it's clear voter intent for Donna Stroud. Duplicators. The next one, clear voter intent for John Tyson.
For the rest of these are very clear as to what they are.
We think.
For
Very strong word, perhaps.
NC Court of Appeals,
Skip
Judge
it.
seat 11, no vote. NC State Senate District
I wanted
49.
this,
Oh,
I'd like to just dissent from that.
oh, I'm sorry.
Which one?
From what?
If we
On
could
number
step back.
11,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
That one.
I'm sorry, I thought you were on 12.
No,
Carry
that
on.
one, no vote.
I agree, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Can we?
I'm sorry, did we do 10?
Go ahead.
Did we do Court of Appeals Judge seat 10?
Tyson,
Okay, we didn't hear.
nothing for 11.
Yeah, so 11 is an undervote.
So when you say 11, is that like a House 11 or race 11?
I'm sorry, it's NC Court
Seat
of
11.
Appeals,
Judge seat 11.
That's right, you can't tell the candidates without a program there, okay? You got the program
Well, then
now.
y'all are, okay, so,
NC State Senate, District 49,
John
John Anderson.
And-
NC House of Representative, District 116, Caleb Bruto. Okay, do we all agree that there's a vote here?
Yes, that oval's marked.
Everyone, okay. So for Superior Court Judge, District 28, Seat 1, Jacqueline Grant.
No vote.
No vote for District 28, Seat 1.
So that's an undervote on seat 1.
For District 28, Seat 2, there's a vote for Keppel. District Seat 3, there's a vote for Young. Seat 4, there's a vote for Dotson Smith. Seat 5, there's a vote for Ed Klontz. District Attorney, there's an undervote. Board of Commissioners, District 3, undervote. Clerk of Superior Court, undervote. Sheriff, Trey McDonald. Soil and Water Conservation District, Anthony Cole, and an undervote. Buncombe County School Board of Elections, ANCA, Judy Lewis. Irwin District, there's a write-in, colored in but no name. Board of Elections, Reynolds, Rob Elliott. Open space bond, no. Housing bond, no.
All right, duplicators, you hear all those calls? You see
Yes.
all the marks?
Yes.
You're confident that ballot was duplicated completely and accurately?
Yes.
Thank you. Well now, let's do more meeting.
Is this like when, what's his name presented, saying the hard ones are first, and the easier ones are later?
Yeah, this was the hard ones first, I hope.
That was the only one. So I'm glad that we have covered that one.
Well, this is
Well, that
not
was
my
interesting.
first rodeo, and I have never seen the abandoned ballot. You never know. Okay,
Moral of the
so,
story, color in your ovals.
yeah, please.
Or else you got 5 people trying to decide who you voted for.
Mhm. So next up is,
Mr. Whitney.
now we're to write-in tallies.
So you all seem to have already found the memo that I snuck at the bottom of the stack.
Yes, you did. Thank you, sir.
And just so that the audience is aware, that is numbered memo 2020-32, which specifically deals with hand-eye recount, but the bulk of it is for voter intent, which has lots of examples. So through the course of tallying the write-ins, we have a number of ballots where we were unable to determine what the voter intent clearly was. And so we'd like you to look at them. And then if there is any additional tallies or anything like that, or some of these have the write-ins where the candidate has been written in, but not bubbled, so that would require a manual edit, which would have to be tallied as well. So, any questions before we get going?
What do the guidelines say about a write-in that's not bubbled in? Is there guidance there?
The first two are from absentee by mail. Those are the only full-size ballots that we have. The rest of them are facsimiles.
Every single one of them has.
Write-in that shall not be counted in party primaries, articles, referendums, shall be counted, shall also be all true. Write-in that is written by the voter or by the person.
I think it says pretty
This
clear.
is, write-in is not cast for counting, it's vital time.
After looking at the previous ballot, I'm very grateful that voter intent was crystal clear on this one.
Voters' choice can be clearly determined. That doesn't answer the question.
I think it does, because it says you can tell their choice whether they filled in the bubble or not, isn't it?
Well, but they can't, well, let me see. Oh, this chair doesn't have a roller.
I got a roll. How many roll you?
Yeah.
Okay. Come to me, I'm gonna go to you. Okay.
That's not a problem.
Over here, okay, there you go, there you
I do not, I think they intended to vote for these two.
go.
Okay.
Okay. Same issue. Maybe. There's the overvote.
Well, there's the overvote.
No,
There's
that,
the
you,
overvote.
that's a two vote.
Oh,
But this is we may vote for one. But,
oh,
say they,
yes, it's same for that, to vote for one.
okay.
And vote for one.
So we're
Okay.
back to this. The voter's choice can be clearly determined.
Yes, I don't think that's an overvote.
Okay, you good?
Yep.
What do you want us to do with these?
About one race with the two candidates, we consider it to be undervote. Just want to be clear about that.
We're talking about. I'm
So on the
sorry.
first one, it says vote for two. There are two circles colored in, and then in the write-in, there's a circle colored in, but then an X through it.
Correct.
I move that we count the 2 candidates for which the circle is colored in and not consider it an overvote. They didn't mean to do the writing.
I think that because we have this, just, Mr. Chair,
Please, Director Duncan.
we have about 50 of these, so I think that motion should only be presented for those that think there might be board dissent on. So, if everybody agrees, I
Yeah.
don't think that a motion is necessary.
We can
Well,
So I
arrive
want to
at
make sure we agree on
a
the same thing.
consensus
We agree on that one.
informally, yeah.
All right.
The other one,
Okay.
go ahead too.
And the other one will not be overvotes either.
Correct.
We'll just
There's-
count them as one vote for that candidate.
Correct.
Right.
There'll be one
Okay.
How are we?
That's where someone filled in the bubble and also wrote in
The same
the
name.
write-in for the same.
The one who's challenged here, so
Okay.
she
Doesn't
can
look like-
see
doesn't count
what
twice.
you're talking about.
Give it to duplication.
You
Start
can
a
do
stack.
bulk.
I don't think.
Pass it on down.
So can we give those to duplication?
What made that so hard is they were all motions, so I have to write.
Yeah, right. And that was just one weird duck, and none others like that, fortunately.
So please. This one, we're gonna have to do manual edits for the and thus we're gonna have our votes today. That is absence,
Okay, we've seen all these.
right?
We have seen all of these.
These voter instant questions.
Yeah, and they're the ones where, well, you'll see. It's-
Reach out.
Sorry, these don't count.
Better make sure the last one counts, just.
Oh, there you go.
You can write in correct.
Like this.
I gave you some of mine.
I'm gonna stand over
We've got
this
some
shoulder.
duplicate pages. 8
That's
through
correct. There-
14.
We can't count anything in that range.
I'm missing, no,
I'll just write that on.
that's many.
You got my
No.
8 through 14.
And this one,
Those yours?
the same names.
This is similar to what we just saw.
Yep. Yeah, most of them are like that.
We can give them categories, I think, too.
I have the minutes.
Ooh.
I think I have mine. I just have one copy.
Oh,
Some questions. I just got them totally out of whack here. And the problem is not in your set.
Yeah,
they're clipped together.
If they get after the story, that's totally.
This answers my question, because here they circled it, but they didn't color in the thing.
No.
So if they wrote someone in but didn't color that in,
That would be my thought.
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Their intent is
circling,
clear that you
kind of,
shouldn't.
okay, making a mark for the president, providing a candidate for that office with a similar mark.
I think the idea there Yeah, do you need
But-
bubbling?
These have been kind of separated out into categories.
No,
Is that-
they're in precinct
But what
order.
if they
Oh, I
vote
see.
Those are the
one
category.
and then circle,
Anything, although they're all,
and
Circle
one of them.
another
then,
one.
right, I mean, if that write-in vote is a second vote, then you can only count one, then what? I
Is that
count the
an
one that
overvote?
is- Then I count, yeah, I don't know. Is that an overvote or is it count the bubble? I
You
would
see an
think count the
example, they
bubble.
put, I think they've got some more examples of multiple stuff in there. It's towards, yeah, it's there. Here, you want to summary? So, let's see what our problem is.
For,
These electronically filled in? How can
for
you-
all of these, I'm a little bit confused. Is the idea here that you would want to enter as write-ins all the votes that did not tally and then categorize the write-in according to what the name
But
is?
why didn't they color
Right,
the
the
other
voter
one?
intent is clearly expressed,
Right,
in fact, multiple times in some instances.
yeah.
So we know what they want, and we'll just get it right.
So is there any variation on that
Because of what I
theme?
read here.
Yeah, there's some variation.
But I mean, it's all a question of, the machine did not tally them, so,
Yes, the machine, if they didn't bubble something, the machine didn't tally it, or the machine tallied it as an overvote, so that they cross
Yeah, I
something
would
out.
say that's just simply,
okay.
why are these connected to each other?
But when we vote on this, it'll just, I guess we're gonna vote on these as a group, right?
Well, these are people from the other districts.
Struck it out, because
It's a question of whether they are qualified voters.
Right, there
nice
was
having
that
one after
question,
the other.
Yeah.
as long as they were not
Back and look at
unqualified.
That's my thought, is are these people unqualified by reason of not being?
That's for someone else to determine as far as whether, that's like another question. 'Cause
I
that's-
think you gotta ask.
I'm just wondering how, like,
I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna stand and do this.
Is there any reason to believe that they're not qualified? Because they're, we know that these are candidates for county school board. And we can correlate them to the district if they're.
Because all of them are straightforward.
Okay, that one's put that somewhere funny so we can.
Writing votes shall not be counted, but shall be counted in general election if these are true. The write-in vote is written by the voter or the person authorized to assist. The write-in vote is not cast for a candidate who has failed to qualify under
Is this an overvote?
GS 163-123 as a write-in candidate. And the vote is first clearly determined. Well, these did not qualify, they qualified for other races, well, they might not live in Ash City, Nashville.
Yeah.
They don't qualify by reason of their residency.
Right, so we don't know.
Yes, it's like, she's running in Aiken, she's running in Irwin, he's running in Alton.
They're running in the county, I believe.
Yeah, they are.
How come there's 4 pages here?
Here. So here's Reynolds, Sarah Disher Ratliff is Reynolds.
Why don't we have 2,
This is Tuesday nights.
oh, it's the same precinct?
Right. So here's where they are. Poteet is in Aiken,
Okay.
Clark is in Irwin,
Okay,
and,
so they wouldn't be,
and Sarah Disher Ratliff is in, I mean, they could conceivably be city residents, but we just gotta bring that up.
all right, so that's unclear.
That's a weird one. The others are not unclear. That's not unclear.
Mayor,
Kim, that's a vote for Kim.
does that say Roney?
No, I think it does. I think so.
It's like R-O-N.
I think it's Roney. Not Rice Roney either, Kim Roney.
Yeah, that is EY. Yeah, okay, so that's,
Okay,
you
that's
agree, I agree. Ooh,
So more fun,
vote
isn't
for
it?
2.
There's,
That's the same as before. You
yeah,
just
it's
read
not
this,
an overvote, same person.
correct. And then,
Yeah. The voter's
Yeah.
intent is clear.
okay,
Okay.
I agree with that.
What do you think of that? Oh, you can go ahead.
And this one,
Pearson.
What's the reason for shares?
Siobhan Pearson.
Sure.
Siobhan got written all kinds of things as a Siobhan. So Siobhan,
I
Voted
also
for Shivana
don't have a
forever.
rolling share anymore.
And they just didn't color in that circle.
right.
So I think they meant to color in the circle.
That one tallied.
Right, but that one didn't.
That one tallied.
Right.
And that one tallied. That one didn't. I agree.
Okay, and here's another one. Jesus, Hosanna. I think that should be
Oh,
tallied.
yeah, Jesus gets a vote, absolutely.
And it
And
was
Jesus
tallied
gets
there.
another vote for mayor.
Yeah,
We want Jesus.
okay,
Jesus goes.
I don't know.
all right.
Anyway, that's all right. Once again, okay, now that one
That looks
is,
like an X through there,
yeah.
and they wanted that, and. make
Question
sure
is,
we
I
had-
didn't mean that, I did mean that.
Yes,
That
I
would be
agree.
my guess.
Are,
Agree?
Just kidding
Devin,
about
are-
Rob Elliott.
are all the write-ins entered no
And this
matter
one
whether
is-
the person is,
Handwritten
no matter
attachment.
who the write-in is?
Correct.
Kim.
Even if it's not
Sarah.
an
Kim.
individually named individual
Nina, Allison,
name.
Maddie,
If it's blank.
Nina, Allison- Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
same.
go with that.
That looks like
And
there's
if
two
it's-
of
There's one
them.
underneath it. Can you see that?
Democratic candidate or some historical figure, you write it down. Okay.
Kim.
Kim,
there
again,
you go.
struck out
Yeah.
Judy.
Yeah.
Judy wants
Yeah.
Kim.
Right there on the other side.
Okay, here you go.
They just didn't color in the circles, so they didn't get tallied, they should be.
Yeah, they're just good old.
Yeah, we have, this is the one in question.
We want to talk about that one.
I just want to get these guys going.
Okay. Thanks again, Judy. Let's see,
But
looks like,
but there is a little mark under Kim.
oh, look at the,
Now I'm nervous, I missed something else.
that would be, see, because that one's clear.
All the
That's the same
others.
person.
See all the other marks?
For me or just for me?
Yeah, I guess I'd go with Judy.
I call it Judy.
Now you are testing us out.
I don't know.
She was serious.
I mean, that
Yeah.
would
Oh, I
have
thought
been
it
good.
was this one.
And look at that light mark.
Copy.
Here's the
Yeah.
Is that
name.
what it was?
I know.
So I give it Judy.
I could go either way on that. And then this one should be tallied, okay.
Okay. Wow.
Are these,
Stuff I should be doing.
oh,
Andrew is on the ballot.
right there, and
Allison is on the ballot.
why
And
weren't
Nina.
these tallied?
You-
They
you
were
sh-
colored in.
Doesn't make any difference if they're on the ballot or whatever.
No,
Those,
As long as one
They
vote
voted for
a
three.
customer.
and there's
why,
their
I'm not
three.
sure why those weren't tallied, because they're colored in.
The question is the intent to vote for the person who's already on the ballot, and I say yes.
Yeah. So obviously other people were doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know
The
why-
same thing happened here. She just didn't color it in. So yeah, that's just what
Yep.
he or she likes to do. Okay, Democrat candidate only. Well, that's a good one.
I would say that that's the vote for Democrat candidate only.
Yes.
That's what they wrote here, and those were tallied, and they just didn't color in the circle.
So that is a person named Democrat
Yep.
candidate only.
Exactly.
I agree.
Wait, what? What'd you?
Well, they wrote in Democrat candidate only.
So
That's
basically,
nothing.
if they wrote something in the write-in, but they forgot to color in the circle, and coloring in the circle would not create an overvote, then I think that was their intent, to vote for that candidate.
They
I think
intended
what
to
we
vote
were
for.
looking at it as being an undervote because you can't
That's not
do
a,
that.
that's not a candidate.
But
That's
you're
not a
saying-
person's name.
You're
How do you
saying
know
that's.
that's not her name?
All the others are tallied. If they can
I
sign
looked up
Donald
the
Duck,
voter
they can put
registration
Jesus,
rolls.
they can
There's
put
no one in
anything they want.
Buncombe County named Democratic candidate.
They're missing a real chance, aren't they?
Well,
I don't feel strongly either way. I'll just.
but there's no candidate Donald Duck, there's no candidate,
Well, I mean,
Well, listen,
I'm not
does
gonna
this
split
give us-
hairs on this stuff because in
Wait,
the
whoa,
end,
whoa,
this
whoa.
is all fairly
but all these
meaningless.
others are tallied.
Let's give this a
Democrat
thought.
candidate
So,
only.
in other, where we're going with that is we're thinking about, is that names are sometimes
Right.
difficult to
Understood.
discern. Like we had one on here,
Agreed.
which one of the votes was for Harambe.
Right.
Well, I think that's a Swahili word for something.
Understood.
But but we can get judgment about whether. I mean, I knew a lady I've known some single names that represented
Okay,
motions.
I'm with Mr. Carpenter. I mean, I'll take whatever. I just want to get this done. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time
And what you wanna bring-
debating stuff that in the end is not going to have any impact.
Well, let's bring it to a vote.
Well, we're gonna vote on these in general.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm one thing. Just in terms of the tally, no matter what they write in, that's counted as a write-in vote, like the person who voted for Democratic candidate.
The write-in name would be Democratic candidate.
That's
Right.
actually what we're talking about right
Yes,
now.
and
That's
that's what they
exactly-
did
I
on
mean-
all the others, and it was
Okay.
already tallied that way.
Is that, I mean, is
That's a
that,
worthwhile
I guess what I don't
discussion.
understand, is that a decision we make, or is it just, are we voting on just whether the tallies should be,
Talk to
whether
Corinne.
the write-ins should be tallied?
I think that's the question, exactly, that
Yeah,
Kareem wants to talk to.
we're going to tally them all. Director Duncan,
I have some suggestions if you would like to hear them.
please.
So we do have a lot of these, so I think, and I think we could have come better prepared to help with this. So what I think that maybe we should do here is don't worry about whether the candidate is qualified or whether it's a name in Buncombe County, or those things all have rules that apply to them. You know, it's you have to be qualified to be a candidate. There has to be more than 5 votes to be
the report.
counted in the end.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about all of that. You just are writing what the voter intent was so that staff can parse those out according to the law.
Okay, so
So-
you're also speaking to what we were talking about
Yes.
here, where someone wrote into Asheville City Schools 3 county candidates who apparently wouldn't qualify for that. But you're saying that you will take this burden off of us.
Yes,
Right,
that
we
is
just
not,
count.
not what you mean, yes. And so, a way that we think might help this go faster is if we give them to Jake, he writes on there what he thinks the voter, with a sticky note, what he thinks the voter intended, pass it on. If someone disagrees, that one gets pulled out, and then you'll talk about those. Otherwise, it goes to the tally team, and they can tally it.
Okay, you want to start with this little stack that we've got right here in our hands?
Does that make sense, or is that agreeable?
We got these.
Let's
Wait, there's another stack? Wait.
Yeah, there's another stack. He's going to go through, he's going to make it first pass, and then he's going to give it to us.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
If
as long as we
disagree with him, then we're going to talk about it further.
And then if everyone approves, I'll pass it to duplication.
So moved.
Stay tuned. Oh, no, we haven't even gotten to provisionals.
I think that's what you and I decided.
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes people put a write-in, but they circled 2 write-ins. One has an oval circle that colored in, the other one doesn't. But there's 2 names clearly written out.
Probably an opportunity to group them together.
And it says if they, I think that's a pretty clear indication who you want.
Oh, I don't, these are just by precinct.
Good. That's the one we're not going to worry about.
Yep.
Okay, good. Because there's another one behind
Oh,
it.
wait,
Hang on.
there's 2 of them.
We agree with
Yep.
this, no?
Wait a minute, let me see that, I didn't catch
It was
that.
the same kind
Yeah,
of thing.
it's
They
the
wrote it
same-
in but didn't color the circle.
Same precinct.
It's a majority where they wrote in the name, not colors.
There's 2 ballots there.
For those, one said, and two is, they said, all the ballots need to go.
I hope so. Voter intent.
Yes. Where would you like the incoming?
I do know what word to say. Word for everybody twice.
What I said is I did not tell you. That was my handwriting. I did not tell you for 2 years, so there's something. I had one.
We need to figure out which is going on top of the consistently.
So the idea here is just to count the
Oh, we didn't have any.
person whose name was duplicated in the write-in. Okay.
Yeah, we just, they're not overvotes.
He just says, good.
It's that one. He didn't put his sticky, but just count those votes.
Okay. Jake, excuse me, you got one here where there's no sticky. We assuming that you like that one?
Just count the
I think that one's
votes.
pretty clear.
Is that with the big check mark on the sticky?
One of them was a big check mark, and the other one, there's nothing, no sticky. But
Oh,
But it's pretty equally clear, I think, as to what the
yeah,
intent
yeah.
was.
What he said. Whoop, whoop.
There's no sticky on the bottom one, but I think you'll understand. Yes, agreed. Yep.
Yeah, so just your.
it's okay.
Yep. Yeah, and, well, and an undervote. Well,
Where do you see another vote?
here. Because they're supposed to be vote for 3. So if they
Jake.
only, on the
Jake,
one, on
Vote
the
for
one,
3,
it says vote for 3, but
2
there's
write-in
only
votes,
2 write-ins.
and the third is an undervote?
Which one are you talking about?
This one right here. There's a vote for 3, but there's 2
Yeah.
write-ins, so plus an undervote.
Plus an undervote, very good.
And that's vote for Lauren
Low for Lewis.
and vote for Lewis. That was, I guess I can live with that.
That was the one you were
Yeah,
wondering what
because
the
the other
mark
dots
meant.
in there.
Yeah.
I think the machine should have read that as overvote. Intent.
DCO.
Targets.
Yeah, they're
question? Yes.
That's what all these are.
We vote the same candidates they circled, so it would not be an overvote. But it probably, the machine will run this as an overvote, and we want one for a bit more than Nichols.
Right.
Here, this was an overvote, so subtract an overvote and substitute it for a vote for that candidate. Right?
Well, we subtract a write in each of those. I think that's really what we do. So the machine said there are two write-ins on this one. So we're putting those two write-ins out.
So the machine would have given this whole thing an overvote and then it's not anything, right?
Oh, I've been told that it would have counted.
Yeah, this would have been two overvotes.
Okay.
So let's say we're removing two overvotes. Yeah, so in a case like this, the machine would have read two overvotes. We have to subtract two overvotes and add one vote for Ditmore and one for Nichols. Correct?
Or was it counted that?
No.
Didn't know.
No, those are removing 2 overvotes and 2 write-ins.
Okay, so maybe we're not doing this the right way then.
Yeah, I'm confused.
So what would the machine have done?
So what are we, more importantly, what are we supposed to do
Oh,
then?
both, yeah.
So, right, both minus 2 write-ins.
Okay.
On that race.
Okay.
Yeah, but this would not have been counted. So we have to add a vote for these two candidates,
Sure, we
right?
can do it that way.
What are we doing?
Well, that's important.
Yeah.
So we're subtracting two overvotes and we're adding a
I
vote
think
here and a vote there.
we're getting a little in the weeds with this stuff. So,
No, we're,
Okay, so I'm hearing your question is, when you get a write-in for a candidate name appears on the ballot,
Mhm.
are you calling that a write-in or are you calling a vote for that candidate? Is that the question?
no.
no.
What did the machine
Because we're trying to correct what the machine did with intent. The machine said this is two overvotes.
Correct.
And we want to take away two overvotes.
So
that we're
the
writing.
machine just ignores this race
Machine
altogether
ignored
because
it
it's
altogether.
overvoted.
Right.
We ignored all of it.
So now we
would
need
like-
to count a vote for Ditmore and a vote for Nichols and eliminate over two overvotes. Right?
Okay, yeah. I think
So
we'll,
plus, plus, minus, minus, we're just kind of.
It just doesn't count. It just nothing happens.
Oh, okay.
So
So you
just
don't
won't
have
count
to, you
as
don't
an
have to get
overvote.
rid of an overvote, you just,
It won't come as a-
If it's overvoted, it won't count that
it
race.
won't tally.
But it'll count it as an overvote.
Yeah, but it won't, see, it won't
It
change.
won't tally in this. It won't count that there were two for, write-in
Does this need to
and
be
two
just
names.
a straight duplication?
You end up capturing that.
it's election day though.
Nothing happens in that box. Nothing.
Go back.
So now when
The
you
tape
vote-
says overvote,
Yeah,
yes.
but
But it didn't tally as votes, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, so we need to
Minus 1 overvote,
minus two overvote.
overvote for the race. The race is overvoted.
Okay, they don't say one or two, they just say overvote.
Yes.
Okay, so minus an overvote and then those two sketched votes. And is that how you've done the others?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, so where the,
Here, I'll go.
can you use the right and minus an overvote? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like that, so we didn't do that on the last.
We did the count.
So we just do minus the issue.
It's just one.
Right.
For race.
For the race. And then plus.
Plus
Ditmore
whatever
plus
it should be.
Yeah.
So this one is- we look at it.
Thank you.
Write-in votes for them.
I wouldn't say it's votes plural, I would say it's a vote.
Well, for all of them, I think it's.
Well, that was already tallied, this is the only one in question because it wasn't said.
Okay, I'm good.
So then it's just.
So in this case, I have to
Here.
subtract an undervote.
Okay. So now.
Almost done.
So this one, I think we did it right because the intent was
Right?
to vote for these two write-in candidates.
Yeah, if that's what the machine is, if that's what the tape says.
Let's go back to this one.
Their names, yes.
So this is probably subtract and overvote.
That's right, that, but
And this one,
I'm getting too much.
plus 100.
It'll, yeah.
So it's a subtract.
Because they hadn't voted.
TMI.
So this is what minus same thing, minus 100. This is minus 1 overvote. Right? For these 3 candidates.
But she's
I
already.
don't know why those didn't tally.
Well, if Italia is a write-in,
Yeah, so that,
and the write-ins have a different qualification, you gotta get a certain number in order to count.
right, but these are the actual candidates.
Right, so it shouldn't be treated as a write-in, it should be treated as a,
Oh,
because otherwise they could, they didn't get one of those and they'd lose that.
oh, so
Yeah,
vote for those 3 candidates.
as a-
So minus 3 write-ins.
right. There you go. All right, what do you think of this?
So,
It's just, all right.
correct, and that, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
and,
So we vote.
and here's a, I agree, vote for Parks.
Where they voted.
Oh, it didn't tally, okay, all right. And what do you think about that?
Yeah.
Great.
I'm putting 2 undervotes in this.
Okay, wait a minute, I think there's a third one in this stack.
Yeah.
We already got that.
Yeah.
We already got that. There you go.
Classes and actual competitions.
Okay, so this one, like you said, this is just a vote for Lewis. Oh, it's still another vote. Yes, not a write-in.
I wrote that.
That's right, yes, it's over there.
And I said,
Yes.
Okay, let's get that one.
Right. Yours is not really a candidate. So this one.
Careful what you get into.
So minus write-in.
Let them figure it out.
Yeah, they're just.
Right, so it's got a lot of weight.
You're gonna go on the check mark.
Let them
You're
float.
saying, I don't know what to put.
No. Mark is, they voted for the voting, but there's no overvote.
You are the voice of God.
But we're doing,
But these are,
these are all right.
these are write-ins, so.
I'm gonna try to read his chair a couple times.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
anyway.
vote for these candidates.
Here,
yeah, the part.
voter intent's obvious, all of our
Yeah.
intent to cipher.
Right, we haven't finished.
Same stories there, writing on somebody
Staff sticker.
didn't tally, the machine thought it was an
It should
overvote, but
be.
it should, but it's not a write-in.
No, it's not an overvote.
It's
The
not a
machine-
write-in.
The
Well, the machine
machine
didn't
would not
tally.
have,
Yeah, the machine called it an overvote
you just moved the write-in to the that.
because it didn't tally.
Right.
Did tally. You say that one did tally? Did tally. Okay, so it's just that one where you don't want Anthony's vote to count as an
So they
write-in.
did, right. So we want that
If it
does-
didn't
that-
tally, then it's not any, it wasn't, it would just have been.
We want this to be like a colored circle up there,
Exactly.
so removing that. And same thing, we want that to hold, and that would have been read correctly, we just didn't, we won't tally that, we won't tally that, we won't tally that. And the machine would have read those things fine.
Good.
So that's-
Well, this one you already checked.
yeah, that's consistent.
Even if you just separate those out, so it's all the same.
Those are just good old
So there's
garden,
two write-ins there.
garden variety
One
writing.
got
write-in.
you.
The next time, say next time.
No, I gotta keep these together. These are the, I separated the
All
paper
right,
clip.
same story here, you got a garden variety write-in. Two, yeah,
Oh, so
just didn't bubble
one
it.
write-in for this, I agree.
They all go together. They all go together. All the same precinct.
One,
Great.
2, 3. 3 write-ins, right. So we need to tell them, yeah.
Okay,
Two write-ins.
Jeff Keener gets,
1 and 2 write-ins, yeah.
okay. Sandra Fletcher gets,
1, 2.
because he's already up
Oh,
there, see?
So move it to, yeah, vote for
Yeah.
that candidate, yep.
Yep.
Retell this vote, okay.
Overvote. I agree. Overvote.
Well, I guess.
Yes, I think we gotta count it. Well, I don't know. Maybe you don't.
Well,
Talk me into
can
something.
you, I don't know, like, can you, that's a double standard. If we're saying when they write it in and don't bubble it, we're counting it, then when they write it in and don't bubble it, we should count it. But I'm not sure we always have. I think we have.
Well, it's sometimes more obvious what they're intended, and this time it's not obvious. Or as obvious.
He is on there.
It's a vote, yeah, he's on there, but, so it's just a vote.
Because
Because they're supposed to vote for one.
Yeah, so if they voted for 2.
I'm gonna call it, I'm gonna say the one that bubbled is the one they
Well,
meant.
let's look on this one.
Same story. Same
Is
story.
this the same?
I'm gonna say the one they bubbled is the one they meant.
Well, then you'll have to debate that with others.
Let's set that one aside.
Yeah, I think I might just, because again, it's a double standard.
Let's set that one aside.
Well, how can,
One write-in.
so that's a write-in with 200 votes.
Guess that's our mark
for
here.
city council. Yeah. Okay.
They put a middle initial, maybe there's
So the
more.
difference, as far as being consistent, it's not that, and that is,
Oh,
it's the same person.
that's the same person, right?
But this is
But I got a
not.
write-in.
Well, yeah, but there's others where they, okay, that's the same person, that's the same person, that's the same person. But they didn't bubble it, so
This
it
is,
doesn't
this
matter.
is the one, same person.
Votes for Cole and Ross, no overvote. Cole and Ross, Cole and Ross. Right.
And for that, go to the next one.
Intent.
Hard. I agree.
Cole,
Let's
yeah,
see, yeah.
I'm just wondering,
This is 20.1.
yeah, okay.
oh wait a minute. This is a hard yes.
Clear.
you,
Vote for the no
the
overvote.
statute says they have to go through these procedures to qualify as a write-in.
Because he's, because he voted.
Partisan elections. For partisan elections, I mean, what do y'all do? Go through and determine whether the vote counts or not?
And again,
To put it on
They
the
circle
abstract, I
two
mean, not that it
things.
makes any difference, but
Yeah.
it's just, you don't have to worry about answering that question.
now, we'll put it in this stack. It's the same issue.
Hold on, let me look.
Yeah.
The same issue.
So what do you, so what do y'all do? Go through and determine
Here
whether
they
it's a
circle, they color it
whether
in.
it'll count be put on the abstract based on what the statute says. So after this is done, you all go through all
I have a
that,
hard time
determine
thinking that
that.
he intended to
What do you
vote
do?
for nobody.
Tonight or
Or
something?
for somebody.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay.
that's the one we're gonna come back to unless you change your mind.
I'm kind of coming around to you because here, there was only one, so they didn't overvote it. And then here, they didn't color it in, and they didn't want to overvote. I don't know.
Okay, we'll set that one aside.
Okay.
So you want to cite all of the
It's like all evil, all villains.
Okay. Okay, so.
So that probably came out
So here's one here.
not an over, that probably
You guys
was
have
read
these.
as an overvote.
Here's one right here.
Okay, have you already tallied it? Okay, then give us evil.
This one is
Okay, and here's that same issue.
Yeah. Okay, no, is it? Okay.
What?
Those bottom two are overvotes.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
easy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the box.
Papers. I think so, yeah.
Okay, I guess
So you can't vote for the same candidate more
Yeah,
than once.
yeah.
I guess, I mean, if you want to change it, I
I
don't
know,
care.
This is,
It's kind of the
this is,
tedious exercise right
yeah.
now. Yeah, you want to do one vote per candidate, and that's one.
Or they're gonna have to stay and,
Or is that an undervote?
well, I think we need to get through this because they're gonna have to stay tonight and figure out who counts, who gets put on the abstract.
Then that would have gotten rid of it.
We did this one, this Paul, John, and Don.
Agreed.
Okay, wait a minute, so what's this? So we're down here,
No, it's 200.
order intent,
Then you voted for one person.
not this one.
It's not gonna,
Yeah, it's just 300 votes. No, it's just one.
Corinne, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Minus one other vote. Plus Jeff. Right.
200 votes for city council. Or because you can't vote for the same person.
3 times.
But he didn't want to do this one.
No, that one's.
No, you can vote for 3.
Like I said,
That's
about
Sarah.
that.
Yeah.
There's only one.
Yeah, but he didn't say that.
I'll ask him.
You have to.
Jake?
Minus one other vote.
However we're gonna do that's fine with paper, right?
But we also need that for.
Give me your sticky.
Because this one is shown. Because it's 3.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
This would have showed for.
Okay.
What? Okay, well, we got more.
Here.
Oh, here's one. You guys have
So this one,
Yeah.
minus the overvote.
We already have.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still put it as a tally.
Yes.
What I said.
So just minus a write-in.
So in this case, this would have been counted as an undervote.
Oh, this
We
plus
have to do
undervote.
one undervote. Another negative vote. Okay.
Nichols
And
and
Ross.
Ross. Minus overvote.
You do burden them yourself. Explaining
Yeah, probably. But This one would have gotten me.
What do you think about that? Yeah, okay, that's right, that same person.
Minus one.
Nope. That one didn't get rid of it because they didn't cover anything. Nichols and Ross.
Same story.
Nichols, oh yeah.
Poteet.
That would have read probably.
Said you get to vote out of district, but that's what it said. Right. In that district. She's not on the ballot in that district. And she doesn't get.
Look it up.
It's a questionable one.
Probably the person who lost was very cordial, gracious, and said, mistakes happen.
Oh, yeah, they probably got read as an overvote.
It's like that.
He's the guy.
Tallied.
Yes, I agree.
I do too.
Or not, or both in.
Overvote, I
Yep,
agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I guess that's what humans can do.
Agree. This is always not a write-in. Or minus a write-in. Okay. Yeah, they just make funny marks on stuff. Yeah, that's fine. I agree, same thing. He just made funny marks.
That might have minus another vote.
Yeah, I thought it was another vote.
181 provisional.
It's very unfortunate. I don't understand why they do that.
No.
That is all the right.
What you did.
Can you see that one again? Yeah, I think that needs, could take that back to, because of the other ones, now that he's done them, I think it's more obvious how we, because we've only been counting them when they, yeah. Oh, there's more.
Minus over.
Oh, that's not an over, so that's just a ray.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You're too close to us.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Without a counter?
Yeah. Huh?
Tovish.
Yeah, same thing.
It's,
Why,
yeah, it's
why
fully
did
simple, though.
why
Drug
did so many
abuse.
people do the same thing?
Drug abuse.
That's kind of bizarre.
Lines here.
Fentanyl.
Okay.
Jake, you got them all?
Yeah.
Oh, we have one.
Okay, we have a question about one.
Oh, sure. That's what it reads, not the names.
But this, did it read this?
Actually, two with the same issue. Okay. Okay, so the issue is, in the case where someone made a mark and then wrote in, did they mean for the mark to control? Linda says, no, it's an overvote. And I say, No, they meant for adaptive control. That's Kim. That's Kim, and that's just a. And likewise.
It's the same household.
Yeah, okay. So we'll expose that with the rest of the group.
Okay. There are 2 schools in total on this one, gentlemen? We know this came from the same household.
Okay, in this case, I think the mark controls that they meant OT and they meant, well, in this, they just wrote, in this case, they made the mark. And they put the name, which I think reinforces it. Same thing here. He made a mark, made the name, didn't write anything else. Made a mark, wrote the name, but didn't make the mark. Wrote the name, didn't make the mark. So that's not an overvote, not an overvote, not an overvote. That's a write-in. That's a Kim and Kim and Kim and Kim.
So why would they write in the name then?
Because they started to do it and then just,
They put it for, here it wasn't an overvote, so they colored it in. But here, I guess they actually wanted to vote for someone real.
Yeah.
They didn't color in the oval.
so I don't call
mean, it's
these are
kind of,
not, I don't call this an overvote. Primarily because of that. So if this is, in this case, they.
I think I consider it a vote, but I really don't care enough to.
All right, so we've got 5 board members here, and the question before the board is voter intent. And I believe Mr. Aceto wants to make a motion to discern voter intent as following the bubbles.
Yes.
What?
Following the bubbles.
Following the bubbles.
Follow the bubbles. It's like,
Voting for the candidate where
who
the
did follow
bubbles
the
are.
bubbles? That's what
Their
their
name.
name. Lawrence Bubble.
Yeah?
And you could sing along, and you could sing along.
Either that or Don Ho. Tiny bubbles.
We have some tiny bubbles.
I think there's a motion.
Right, there is. And I'm sorry, we've got distracted from the motion, and the motion is to discern voter intent and being for the candidates who were bubbled. And not names that were written in.
Can you talk louder? There's like a lot of.
Okay, you got enough in terms of the bubbles. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All those opposed to the motion, please say
Opposed to
nay.
bubbles.
Nay.
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 So,
Okay. The motion is defeated 2-3, and the motion was to
That's an interesting point, though.
count these as-
Well, you can change your mind.
Well, I just had, if they,
If you change
What
your
we
mind,
have
you're
to
gonna
go
save 2 votes.
I just, I guess I take the theory of laziness. If they didn't intend to vote, they
You can't
wouldn't.
abstain.
They would have been too
Every
lazy.
other time, there's a name beside a bubble that wasn't circled in.
I know.
We counted that.
But then there was times where they did bubble it in but didn't write a name, and we didn't count that.
Well, in that case, that should count as an overvote.
It should,
Yeah. But
but we didn't. So that's why if we're not counting that as an overvote, then we have, as humans can decide intent. So we have to put.
So,
I see your point.
and duplicated, you still duplicate.
And that's okay, we can move on. I would like to just say to the whole board that it's a task that can't be delegated in the future. Because they're only one person. We just have to decide that at the beginning. But we can also do that. We can also do that after action.
You can look at 2. But that fact is a write-in, and that's why we decide what to vote for the same person.
Correct.
So it's plus 1 to
Jelly
every
beans a
vote.
lot better.
That's what it is.
That might be really
Plus
good.
1 to vote. And it's just 1 for the
All right, colleagues, while the duplicators continue to duplicate, I think Director Duncan wants to recap this whole exercise.
Yes, so the tally team will finish, implementing what you all directed. So we'll have that finish. And then, I know you all enjoyed this exercise, and so I wanted to make sure that you knew that this is a task that can be delegated to staff next election, and we can talk about that in our after-action meeting if that's something that you want to do. We just have to formally adopt that if that's something that you're
anything that would
interested in.
expedite the
Let's put
process.
that on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so you can see that some transitioning is happening and that we're getting set up to do the provisional part of the meeting. And we really took this as a team effort this time, and so I'm going to give an intro about the provisional process, and then Joyce will be presenting them and overseeing you actually processing them. So are we ready to get started on that? Okay. I'm doing this intro. Joyce is going to be presenting, but I also want to make sure that Victoria gets credit for improving this process. She managed all of the research teams, and she organized everything for you today. So she likes standing over, literally in the shadows, hiding away, but she did a lot of work on this provision.
Thank you, Victoria.
So the Help America Vote Act requires provisional voting in most states across the country. North Carolina is one of those. And provisional voting is a way to ensure that no one's excluded from the voting process because of some administrative error. And it's a way to provide a way to review eligibility if there's any uncertainty. So and all of these provisional votes in North Carolina are kept separate from the standard votes. So that's what you're seeing today. These have not been mixed yet with the standard votes. This is a good example of the intersection between access and ensuring accuracy. So I think that's something that we should highlight about provisionals. We want everybody who's eligible under the law to be able to vote. So today, your task is to review these provisionals voted for this election. And Joyce is going to go into detail about how we're actually going to divide into teams and that sort of thing. But essentially, you're going to be presented with 3 sets of pre-researched provisionals. Ones that the staff is recommending for approval, partial approval, and disapproval. In any case, information from these provisionals will be used either to update registrations or if they weren't registered, to get them registered. Each provisional looks, thank you, Joyce. Looks like this. So at the precinct, if someone is voting provisionally, they do it separate from the regular voting booth. They have a special provisional voting booth where they vote at, and they vote their ballot and they put it in this envelope here. And they have a provisional voting application. That's what you see on the front. So this is what prints out at the polling location, and the voter and the poll worker sign together. So there's that. And then underneath there, the thing that just slid out while I was holding the envelope is a research checklist that our team uses to make sure that we're looking at all the things we need to look through for every single provisional and make sure that nothing gets forgotten. So that checklist is still there in case you want to review it. On the back of the envelope, there are 2 different types of note sections. The first one here on top is the notes that the poll workers took while they were there in action at the polling location. And then the second one is what the research team here, after researching what their notes were and what they thought about things. And then if you, after reviewing the envelope, agree, then the chair initials here, and then action is taken. So that's kind of, in general, what a provisional looks like.
Does the chairman initial all of them?
Yes, it's the chair. I don't, why that is, but. So then, once you decide whether you agree with the, what disposition these should be in, then they will be scanned very similarly to an absentee meeting. Approvals will be scanned as they are. Partials will have to be duplicated. So we'll have, and we have a lot of those, so we've got 2 duplication teams. Once the tally team's done, they'll convert to a duplication team, and then we'll also have this team going. If it is not approved, it stays in the envelope, never to be seen again. It'll just be archived with the rest of the materials. So it requires a lot of time to research provisionals. So the initial research is done in teams of 2, and they're using that research checklist that I showed you. And then the adjudication, the staff recommendation that we're going to give you today is completed with at least 1 full-time staff member advising. Just as a reminder, to have been eligible to vote in this election, you had to be registered or able to same-day register during early voting and reside in the jurisdiction that you're voting on within Buncombe County. And I say that as a note that it is by law allowable to vote out of precinct. So you can vote out of precinct, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you got the right ballot style. That's what's resulting in these partial recommendations. So every staff member made every effort to thoroughly research these provisional applications. We have the checklist. We used the voters' provisional voting application, so what was on the envelope. We took a look at that. We also looked at Buncombe County's voter registration database, whether they were active, inactive, removed, denied voters, all of that. We also looked at pending applications, including applications that were incomplete or in the review process or even in the archive queue. So we could go pretty in-depth with this. We also have access to the non-public statewide voter registration system, so we can see if there are voters registered in other counties. And we also get the DMV provisional research results from the DMV, so that's matching statewide the provisionals, votes that have been marked as provisionals to the DMV research to see if any of those people attempted to register through the DMV timely. And then any other relevant information from other counties, talking to other counties, the poll workers, sometimes the voters, and then of course we're always using the law and the SBOE guidance, State Board of Election guidance through their numbered memos. So that is what goes into provisionals. Are there any questions on that before I turn it over to Joyce to start rolling through these? And we're going to go with partials first because we would like the duplicators to get started on that and then approve them and then onto the denied. We do have, we have already passed it, which is good. We thought that it was going to be tricky to get to 5 o'clock, but nope, it was not. So there was a deadline for anyone who had to provide identification for same-day registrations was 5 p.m. today. So those were pending up until then. Now they are. We have put them in recommendations for you now, so that will be clear. We won't have to. That's part of why we don't have to do a 9 a.m. meeting. There's nothing pending now. Any questions? All right, I'll turn it over to Joyce Knable for you.
Thank you, Corinne. We are going to rearrange the board because we're going to split into 2 teams, Linda and Stephen, and then Glenn and Bo. And we'll work the outway into the middle so that we can split each of the groups to go faster. And then we will hand them off to Jake in the middle. So AK and Corrine are going to swap there, and Bo and Glenn and then I have copied the numbered memo starting provisional adjudication. If you had, this was also given to you by email. Okay, and can you hear me? Am I on? Okay. We are going to, we had a total number of 581 provisionals. And we are going to start with the partials so that we can have our duplicated teams both working simultaneously. And we have 54 ballots recommended for partial count. This would be most likely people that voted in the incorrect precinct. And so they got the wrong ballot style, and we will then only count the races they are eligible for. And so
Earlier it said 580, so it's 581.
there's 581. But I have a checklist here for what you are going to do. We will give you the report and a group of ballots. And so one of you can check it off. The other one can review it. You can review the application and the checklist. You're going to open the provisional envelope.
Don't we have to review first? We review it. Open it if we agree.
You're going to open it. You're going to remove the ballot, but don't unfold it. And then you are going to just put it on the top under the paperclip, because the ballot that's going to be duplicated is on the back side. So you'll just put it on the top, and each folder contains one precinct. So you have 3 in there. Keep them all in the same folder, and then we will hand them off to Jake to initial.
Well, put it where you just sit.
So you are going to be getting the first half of the list down to that record. And you're going to look at both of them. You might want the front back. You are starting halfway through with Coventry Cox.
I appreciate the large print.
Oh, thank you. I have no idea.
You want to check off?
Yeah.
This is precinct 9.1.
But it's voted at 44.1, so this is a partial. Okay.
In wrong precinct, wanted to vote anyway. Voted out of precinct. Yes, issued incorrect ballot style, correct ballot style is 7.
Okay, so they're gonna duplicate it with the.
So when I open this and put the unfolded ballot here, what do I do with the,
Nothing.
keep that there?
Just keep it together.
Okay. Okay, so you got this name? And just like this.
No,
With that.
Oh,
It's got to stay with that person.
that's all you want.
just
You said in front of the folder. Now I understand what you meant.
Yeah.
You meant in front of the.
Front of the voter's packet.
from the doohickey.
Incorrect precinct. Issued the correct ballot.
And it is a,
Partial.
okay, and
Oh, you
that's
got the
number
name?
7. Yep, I'm good. And you got the right
Partially.
ballot and the right. And that's the, Okay, it's a
That's a
7.
7, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
That's it for that.
You want to take that away?
Pass that on to Clarine for Jake.
Okay, tried to update voter's address and had a geocode error. New address should be in precinct 45.1, ballot style 7. But they are in 52.1, and they're in precinct
Name is? Got it.
right here. Voter registered in different precinct, did not have time to get to a polling station. They came to 2.1, they should have been 45.1.
Okay, I've got your name, you got your ballot style.
Name. Precinct 24-1, they 45-1, printed regular ED, then found out about change of address.
Got your name?
Incorrect precinct.
Okay, all right. What's that then?
Oops, you wrote on it.
I think I'm all right. Okay, good. It was always coloring outside the line.
So if they had changed the address, then they would have sent them to the other precinct, but it's too late.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, that's on.
Great.
This is 19-1.
Good.
This is the second precinct I've been to, and he has to get to work. Incorrect ballot style, should have a 7.
And this is what they check for verification, so you want to look at that, make sure you
DMV
have your 7.
precinct verified ballot style, there shall DMV check. Right
Okay,
precinct.
and make sure you get the right ballot.
Yeah, it was, name.
So do we just hand this off to the duplicators now?
Precinct 3.1, is that right?
Yeah.
Precinct 3.1.
Yeah.
Voted out of precinct.
He voted at 5.1.
Or 7, should be 7.
Good.
He voted 5.1. This is different. Request to change that ballot style. Voter certified national city taxes, exempt children, city schools.
Precinct 42.1. And should incorrect ballot
We
style.
gave everything correct.
42, 49, should have been a 7, there's a 7.
Name, got it.
Incorrect precinct 42 instead of 49, ballot style 7.
Got it.
Name.
Okay.
And precinct 12.1, incorrect precinct, moved out of precinct, declined to vote in other precinct. Ballot style.
Got it. You're good.
Precinct 37-1, voter opted to vote in this precinct due to time travel constraints of the
So I'm clear
precinct.
on this.
Should have been
This is
15.
where they voted, right?
Right.
And this is where they should vote. Okay.
Pretty straightforward. Okay, 12.1, incorrect precinct, ballot style 3. Whatever.
So, is this somebody who moved? Okay, move to new precinct.
Two
ATV.
instead. 34.1. She is a registered voter, but not.
Didn't update, moved.
It moved, didn't update. She came in near 7 p.m. couldn't drive to her Arden address in time.
So she
Okay.
had, was in
Seven.
new precinct.
That's the name, it's
more than
good.
30 days.
13.
Oh. Oh, okay.
And so you're signing.
So they went to the,
25-1.
yeah.
Change precinct. 7. They go to the 6. Okay, 39-3. Was riding with her father, did not take her to the correct precinct, so voted provisional, not correct ballot. Should have been a 9 instead of an 11, and not 9 precinct. Into 4 precincts trying to vote. Wasn't going to chase voting anymore. Why was that? 60.4. Should have been 65.4. Went to 39. It should have been about 7. Voted 11. Yep.
Somebody who voted in the wrong precinct.
Okay. What's the next one on your list?
Curry.
Which one?
Kirby.
Doesn't have a precinct number there. We're in the wrong precinct. Should have been 65-1.
There will be races on here.
Okay, 65. It says 65-1 and 65-1. This is supposed to be 2.5. That's incorrect. But anyway, they got 6. They should have gotten an 11. There's the 11. Incorrect precinct.
Name is correct.
So Karen is going to, so you're gonna run part
Okay, this is precinct.
Name is correct. 66.
yeah, this is what ballot style it should be.
Why were these 2 in the same envelope if one was 45-1 and one was 9-1?
Okay.
And it wasn't written on the envelope. Can I see that last envelope? Has that already been?
Oh, there's one more. Okay, let's say that back. There's got one more.
Curry and then Duncan.
Right, but where's the actual precinct? 45-1. 9-1. Aren't they supposed to be in precinct?
They're in precinct that they should be counted in. You're going by this. These 2 should be counted in 65.
Okay.
They voted in what's on the application.
Okay. Okay. All right, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, for a precinct, out of town, but a precinct, sure. Gotten an 11, there's the 11. And then for 6. Did not want to drive to the same precinct. Should have had an 11. 6. Incorrect, should have been 3. You couldn't get to this one. Closed. How can that be? Oh, before closed, closed.
Got it?
Photos posted in West Buncombe, couldn't drive restrictions. But due to driver restrictions, not allowed to be on school property. Okay. Should have gotten a 3.
There's 2 out.
And last but not least, 22. Voter was sold for 22, but our big info puts her in 71. She has to vote here instead of going to 71. Should have had a 3.
Wait a minute, what's your name? Okay, got it.
Got it? And no notes, but should have gotten a 3. And should have gotten a 3.
Good.
So this is apparently something that he was enacted in the last 2 federal elections. Like a check.
There's one in the back there.
There you go. You gotta move some of those files.
So how do you,
We don't need to.
they tell you what the address is?
These are going over to see if they have go to them.
Okay, good.
So this individual just got the ballot style for the precinct.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Intercept them.
Don't go too far, Ms. Black.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got more provisionals for your attention.
He went to 16.2, by virtue of his address, he should have gone to 13.1.
Oh, wait, that's the yellow.
And it is that side.
Oh, you're that's just for us
There's just one left. They go in the polling area. they tell the person their name and address, the poll worker says you're in the wrong polling place, they say they're going to vote anyway, so they get the ballot. Even though they're told you can go to that. Okay.
This one, the constellation was made, that's not true. That's what they were shooting. I see.
That's
We know. So they were just.
You held determine the correct ballot style once the provisional ballots come out.
Joyce is going to give you some updates.
Because Linda's so fast.
Yeah, you want me to?
Our team is
Speed. I'm having more fun with my dice fiddle. I've been going on the YouTube and finding all the different people.
So you'll do that down to your highlights.
Okay, gotcha.
your name.
Name's good.
Accidentally printed ATV with wrong address. Showed voted. What?
Craig Bell style needed video of 11. That's Joey. Tell me more about that.
Showed voted.
So, sometimes people walk in and the worker says, oh, and your address is blah, blah, and they're like, well, yeah. And then they look at it and they're like, no, I've moved. So they have to cancel in election day.
That's why we let them say what their address is rather than tell
Right,
them
but
what
why
we
does
think
it,
it
it
is.
says it showed that they voted. Have we checked to make sure that they did not vote already?
Yes, Bria would have canceled their vote. If the precinct didn't cancel it before they did the provisional, then when Bria audited, she would have canceled it manually. And then, and even if she hadn't, then when we get all done with provisionals, she'll run conflicts to see if there's conflicts. So if this person showed up, we'd go back and she and I would talk and make sure it was on.
Okay, before canvas.
Yeah, before tomorrow. We'll run conflicts tonight when we get all done.
So you're gonna be entering this, and if she's already voted, it's gonna come up.
It's gonna come up with a conflict. She checks daily for conflicts.
I got it.
You got the ballot, I can't get it.
No, see, I can see it. I have ballot vision, unlike other people.
Voter was adamant she didn't want to go to a rural precinct. Insisted on here.
God, we
And should have gotten a 15. Oh.
What's that? Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, there's a
That's
vertical.
gonna need to be copied anyway.
Yeah, it's a wacko.
Really make sure we manage it.
This one's gonna need to be, it's gonna have a machine issue anyway.
Voted in 67-1 due to lack of time to go to the assigned precinct.
You got a bunch of Moldavians, I bet.
Same thing, voter is elderly and English is second language. Opted to vote provisional at 67-1. Should have had a 3, there's a 3.
Okay, so we
Peter John.
because it seems like
Wrong precinct, family shows no time to travel to correct precinct.
Well, poll workers end up with a lot of information. End up with a lot. Okay.
Now, in this case, there we go again.
Here we go again.
But they colored it in, so that's an overvote.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree. Same with that. Yeah, that's another vote.
But if they didn't color it in, that's the question. They didn't color in the oval. Okay, they needed a 3 moving into the incorrect precinct. Got the name? Where we need to go to Emma Elementary due to driver restriction not having a school property.
What kind of, what would that be?
Sex offenders,
Oh,
not allowed on school property.
okay. And that would be a driver restriction. I guess it'd be on the driver's license, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I don't want to be checking the driver's license.
No.
Same thing. Huh, I wonder how we can let people vote their full ballot now. I guess they can go to early voting anywhere they want to and give their full ballot.
That's right.
Had moved they wanted to vote at no precinct, okay.
Whoa, 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 I think I missed one. We had 2 Landises. Yeah, I get you. All right, go ahead. She had friends there. All right, you good?
Yep.
All right, there you go. She's already signed. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea. And down there too. Gotcha. There you go. What else you got?
Just keep all of the forms. Oh, Mayor, yeah. Okay, so we get Glenn's signature on the report. Partial instructions.
I can take it now.
All right, colleagues, I move that we approve the 54 provisional ballots that we just reviewed for partial approval. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Ms. Gnavel.
So while they are still duplicating partials, we will go ahead with the approved, recommended for approval, and that's 157. And so this time, we have slightly different instructions. You're going to check them off the list. You're going to review the application. You're going to open the envelope and remove the ballot, unfold it, and then you are going to put the precinct number on it that is in the bottom right corner where the chair signs. We'll use this precinct number. And then, if you have multiple ballots in a precinct, you'll put the two, this has two, so you have two to duplicate, not duplicate, two to add to the back, so that then Jake can just sign the front envelopes.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're gonna write the precinct on the form?
Yes.
Which,
You're gonna write it, there's a box on the top of the ballot.
which precinct number?
The one in the bottom right
Right-hand
corner
Okay,
of the
and
back.
that's gonna go on the
The
top of the
handwritten one.
ballot.
You're gonna write the handwritten
Yeah,
one
yes, on the
in the top square of the ballot.
ballot.
Is
And
the
then
board
all
doing
the
that,
ballots
or?
go behind the envelopes, is that what you say?
Mhm. Yeah, and then just put them behind so that then Jake can sign.
You want us to initial or you want staff to initial?
Oh, did I not give good instructions?
I think that you assigned a staff member to write the precinct on the ballots.
Oh, okay, I did. So, yes, you
Just
don't have
kidding.
to write it.
Just kidding.
So you'll hand it to Anna Catherine and Corrine, and they'll write.
I have a job.
You have a job. So you'll write the precinct number out. All right.
Yep. So we're doing what it says, putting the precinct number even though it says stamp.
No, we are.
No,
She
we were
gave
relieved
me
of
wrong.
that
We're
burden.
not doing
Yeah,
that.
so you're basically doing the same thing as
Okay.
we're doing before, except you unfold the ballot this time because it doesn't need to be separate.
Unfold it all the way, but stick it in the same spot.
Got this folded for where you will start.
Sorry, because it's marked out and this is written in. This is where it is. Here's your other, that's where the.
Yep, 43-2, 43-2. Registered at DMV in March 2022, not found in database. Timely attempt. And I saw that if they don't have to, as long as they check DMV and it shows that they attempted to register and didn't register anywhere else, they're good.
Okay.
So I'm not writing, so we would write it there. Which
But we're
I
not.
usually do, but we're not.
Do you want us to do that?
It's easy enough.
We'll save you a step.
We just need to make sure that we're writing.
43-2.
Yep.
Well, we can do that. I mean,
So we should put it on the ballots.
Okay. Not driving the car, unable to get to precinct. Issued the correct ballot style. So even though they're in the wrong precinct, they got the correct ballot style, which should be 3. But they were just 43-2.
so that goes on the top.
But they have the same ballot style even though they were in the wrong precinct. They should have ballot style 3 and not ballot style 3. This is 43.2. All right.
So, Victoria.
Wishes to vote here in 45-1. It's okay, as long as they got ballot style 7.
The correct address.
District 114.
Ballot style 7, which should be 34.1.
And so what is Commissioner District 1?
Yes, okay, got it.
It's interesting, some people put did not show in database, went to the vote at the same address for 25 years. Inactive, 2 feds, never moved from Buncombe. Not shown in database, went to the vote. They've been at the same address, so they have been at the same address. They were just inactive, 2 feds. What does that mean?
2 federal
Elections.
federal elections.
So this is 45.1. Voter address not in the Buncombe in the database, but is the correct address for geocode helpline. Address not found. Precinct and ballot verified, address verified, added to system. So they voted. And then they can do that. That's one point. That needs to be on that.
We need to figure out if this guy voted.
With the geocode lied, or the registration lied, the geocode
I
didn't.
don't think there's any
Need a
votes.
ballot 7.
I'm gonna put one ballot in.
But this has a. Oh, this is one-stop voting. Oh, that's why it should have been in 45-1.
Should be one more here.
Yeah.
It's not in. This is at a one-stop, is that why it doesn't say anything about issued the right ballot or anything like that? So I assume that's 45-1. Geocode block. Address not found and in the incorrect precinct. Choose correct ballot style, which would have been 07. To say 07 is correct. 7-1. Put that there for now. Same thing here, address not found, got the right precinct. Okay, geo issue, address not found, address verified, added to the system, 37-1.
Just hold this one out until they're done.
And that's one system.
Yeah.
Should be a ballot style 7. And 47. Unable to drag to their current precinct, but it's a correct ballot style. 7. Our geocode people found the address, but it's not updated in their system, although it's correct. Verify, add to the system. Not sure I understand the whole geocode thing.
Yeah, it's the property mapping system, like the PIN number on your tax bill that corresponds to a particular property and a particular address.
Address is valid, but not showing in the database. Address not found, address verified, added to the system.
This was a pretty common issue. So in other words, the location is address assigned to a particular location by the computer doesn't necessarily show up on the database.
Address report verified, added to the system. Style 7.
So this gets really exciting when you have a person like a homeless who's living somewhere that doesn't really have a geocode location.
Right.
The computer doesn't know what that means. What was that last one? Okay, we're in a different print. Okay, never mind. We're in the precinct now. Not a problem. I just saw the same
New
last
address
night.
less than 30 days prior to election. Issue quickly failed survey, so. They got lucky.
Yeah.
So we get done. Should be 49-1, 1 to the vote, 45-1, but they got the right guy. These are very straightforward.
Well, that's why we're approving them. There's no parcel. It's just a, my God, you got to that.
Should be ballot style 7, that's ballot style 7. 49.
So, okay. Sorry. So,
Registered about 10 years ago, lived at this address for 30 years. Apparently purged from the system. Inactive, 2 federal elections, never moved from Buncombe.
That's what we want to know.
Ellen Jennings Clark. No, you got the right one, you just said.
49-1.
Yeah, okay.
But it's actually.
The important one.
Has lived at this address for 20 years, voted in the last presidential election, no longer in the system. Election official error, should have voted normally.
We want normal voting. No abnormal voting.
Provisional geocode office. Address verified, added to system. Geocode issue, address verified, added to system. Verified, added to system.
This team, the board members,
It was precinct 38-3.
You can write the precinct numbers on there.
All I know is every envelope I get has a precinct number on it. So I'm
The
gonna
last
have
one was
to check.
Angela, this one is.
So can you verify this one? It's in the 50.1 envelope, but I just want to be sure.
Yes.
It says that.
That's a 50.1, or is that?
Hold off on that for a sec. Registered through DMV, cannot locate registration.
You have to verify staff intent.
So they did find in the DMV that it was a timely attempt to register.
Yeah, hang on, I gotta go to the next page. I'm holding off on that other one. Is it Wellhoffer? Yeah.
Geocode issue, acknowledged by GIS, contacted Board of Elections, added to system. This one, yeah. Just waiting for verification of this one.
Mm-hmm.
That says 51.
Yeah, I think you're good.
This form says 50.1.
Yeah. I think it's a 50.1.
That says 50.1.
Everything says 50.1. I didn't see anything but 50.1.
It'll also be on the list.
It does say 50.1 here.
And it'll be on the list in the, where it should be.
All right, I'm just going to get that.
Skip to Bones. No and
Geocode not found. Issue correct ballot style. Street not found. Would have voted in 51-2. It said vote here.
Okay.
Address not found. Voted out of precinct.
Okay.
But it's the right ballot style. 51.2. Ballot style 15. Ballot style 15. Voter states he's not voted. System shows had previously voted. Father earlier voted at Weaverville. One person was selected and voted at Weaverville. We do have a third. Voter states he has not voted. System
Father
shows he
voted.
voted. Father voted early. Wrong person selected. Election official error. Wrong voter selected. We passed it on. Was it 50?
We liked it.
50.1.
We decided it was a very nice ballot.
Thank you. No time to go to the signed precinct. That is the correct ballot style, which was 15. Ballot style 15. ATV was printed out at his old address before she said she had moved to a new address. So she did it, but she got the right ballot, so it didn't matter.
Does this need to go back in the envelope or it was in there with the
It was in
ballot?
here with the ballot. You could stick it in the envelope. Yeah.
Was it on the- Riley, okay, gotcha.
Address verified, add to system. DMV check. Voter couldn't vote. Screen said he'd already voted. His son voted earlier in the day at the same precinct. Our son's name pulled up reflected he did not vote. Believe the son mistakenly voted under the father's name. Election official error, wrong person selected. Style 3. 52. Address not found. They found it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oops.
Did I miss, what was that last one?
Christina Riley.
What?
Wilson.
Okay, I'm missing it. Mills, Reginald Andre Mills. Rogers is the next one, secret.
Oh, here it is.
All right, you're good. All right,
They're good.
So we're good?
just kidding.
Okay, he moved and was shown as removed, but inactive for 2 feds, never moved from Buncombe. So previously had been removed.
We're good.
With the ballot verified. Just keeping him paying attention, making sure you're on it.
Yeah, well, you know, now you got rollers on your chair, so you have no excuse not to be totally engaged for the rest of the month.
Address verified, they couldn't find it. I remember these being more complicated than this, but maybe we just haven't gotten to this.
Checking the box until you look at it.
Could not find address, election official error, should have voted on.
Yeah, Jessica. Jessica.
Yes. There were some issues.
Next one is Nathan.
Yes. Election official error, should have voted no, couldn't find address. This is the same last name?
They're right in sequence. Sequences.
She's gonna start on it. They're almost done. So it's the print. Oh, yeah, they are. But she can help you sorting. Get a green pen. Take these. Get a green pen.
There had an old PO box on the registration of the mailing address and had been removed. Official error, should have voted normally. Why is that? There's a residential address.
Well, if you had a PO box, it wouldn't show up on geocode.
Right, but, so right there, it shows that there's a normal address.
They entered it.
Right there.
Right?
So, they were inactive because it was undeliverable. Voter is registered, eligible to vote. PO mailing address should be removed.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Provisional is the same voter record, cast.
That's Jessica.
I see, so that's why they weren't. And then they later came in and provided it. The application should be behind this document. Oh, you mean they came in and provided it with the department. And because of that, the ballot was
Registered in Henderson County, update to Buncombe. Official error, should have voted normally. It says Arden, it says Buncombe. Should have voted normally.
Oh, it's 3.
Is active, registered, eligible. Should have voted normally.
Lucy Inman. Carolyn Denise Thompson is Glenn Feldman. Gail Adams. David Jackson. Julie Mayfield.
54.2.
116. Yes. Gita Brudel. Ward Scott.
Further elderly and infirm opted to not go to the assigned precinct, but they got the right efforts done.
Stephen Cochran.
58-1.
121.
There's a voter, whoops. There's a voter intent here. This is going to need to be duplicated.
You have one that needs duplicated.
Yep.
They have another one to duplicate, so maybe we could take care of them at the same time.
52.1.
Went to the correct precinct, couldn't find the entrance, returned, and didn't have time to return to the correct precinct.
No. I initial the envelope, so you'll be able to tell. Hey, I'm keeping track of this. How about that?
It's working, the system is working.
Teamwork.
Is this the one that wants to be duplicated?
Okay.
Married, moved.
Got all
Wants
these
to vote
names.
with no ID. They don't need to have an ID. Election official error, should have voted normally.
This one will need a B15.
So her name's changed.
Married.
She keeps changing all kinds of names. Now she's something else.
Sure.
Married Gavin Parker. So she's Sage Magdalene at Brady.
Moved out of precinct more than 30 days. Official error.
Okay.
Registered eligible. Should have been an update about a provisional. If she didn't have provisional, the address is different than the voter address. More than 30 days, so they're in a new precinct, but should have had 15, and so that's what they got. Couldn't find his address, verified and added.
So these do
Didn't have enough time to vote at the close, but they got the right ballot. That's what they're doing.
Well, doctor. He's a Democrat.
I didn't have enough time. G02 issue, Jason is aware of this, working it. Address not found, address verified. Why does it say Jason?
Jason is aware of this issue.
Who's Jason?
The geocode guy. Jason the geocode man.
Do you know Jason?
I've heard the name.
Letter this morning, same name, but junior checked, didn't catch it. Official error, wrong person voted. Those juniors and seniors, tricky. Not registered in county. Election official error. Should have voted normally. Yes, they were registered in county. Moved over a year ago, didn't report the move, wants to vote. Election official error, has no ID of new address. Are they supposed to be asking for an ID if the person is moved?
These are confusing.
This is the second one that said something about they didn't have an ID. Somebody got married. Hmm? I don't know.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
That's election.
Moved over a year ago, didn't report the move, wants to vote, but has no ID with the new address.
They don't need it if they're registered in the county already.
Yeah. It says error of it, but I'm bothered by the second time someone asks a person for ID.
It wasn't the same precinct.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
This one. No. The person that got married.
I think that's the same, that's the spouse.
This one right here. This person moved to 59-1 from Asheville, wants to go to married.
Mary Gavin Parker.
That says
That's
with
Gavin.
no ID.
There's Gavin Parker.
We will make a note
Yeah.
of 59.1
And talk to the workers there,
talk to the
please.
workers.
There you are, yeah, that's the same one. Okay, you're good. All right, you got one more in that precinct.
Yep. Need to go to work, but they got the right ballots. Oh, great. Because that says 3. Issue correct ballot style 15.
Should this bother us?
Wait.
Ballot style issued 3.
Check it. Check it.
3.
3.
So they
Do we like this?
want to make sure that this is the correct ballot style since this says a. We double check that. So I'm not sure what they were really supposed to. Because it said they were supposed to get 15. And they voted a 3, so this doesn't look partial.
Okay, that's the end of this precinct, if you want to put it in there. There's the,
Oh, wait.
don't forget these guys. You don't want them hanging out.
So,
The next one is Bone.
So not check that one?
No, I'm gonna leave it out.
Okay.
64.
Yeah. Voter was removed from registry due to length of time since cast vote. Previously moved. Inactive, 2 feds, never moved from Buncombe. So we'll remove. Removed voter? Oh, okay. They had removed.
No, they haven't removed them.
Yep.
And you're going to have a, you think there's one that should be
Instructed by geocode folks, could not establish an address. Address verified and added to the system. Yes. Oh, well, why does that say 9.1?
So.
It's an early vote.
Right, should, Kareem, somebody in early voting put their precinct, I should cross that off, because that is correct.
Oh, I see.
We haven't changed it.
So would it?
Address should be 170, not 175, address verified with the system. Okay, moved into the precinct, should have done a provisional, shouldn't have done a provisional. Election official error, should have voted manually. Voter registered early voting, told to come back on election day. She wanted to research the candidates before voting. Registered early voting. Should have voted normally. If she registered in early voting, should it have been in the system for election day? If she registered at early voting but didn't vote early and came during election day?
So are we sure
Got to vote the same day.
It says registered early voting and was told they could come back to vote on election day. She wanted to research candidates before voting. So she registered at early voting and I think came back on election day and voted.
Deadline was October 14th to vote on election day.
Active, eligible, registered.
So I think we should know. So they would like to verify when this person registered. Is that accurate?
Like this says, the voters registered at early voting who was told they could come back to vote on election day. She wanted to research the candidates before voting. So she registered at early voting and then voted provisionally, I believe, on election day.
Okay, let me see if it shows on here.
I'm gonna mark it. I'm gonna mark it as a question mark.
Move on.
Yeah, let's do it. Back man.
Okay, operator error by election worker on the computer. Should have been normally. He said he registered previously, inactive for 2 feds, never moved. Hey, he was one of the candidates.
He was. He was.
I did it again.
So we didn't go to 63 one. But this should be correct then, which should be style 3.
What'd you get?
all three.
Say, Corinne, you got more than one. So I haven't seen 59.
Yeah.
I haven't seen 60.
Not voter intent. We need more stickies. Yeah, some stickies.
Here's some. Ready? Catch.
Gosh.
I thought you were a baseball guy.
No.
You wanted the umpire.
That,
You're the umpire.
that was a terrible frisbee toss. But that was
One is being held out because it should have been.
So I don't think they wanted to vote for that person. I do think they wanted to vote for that.
That's how it is.
Okay.
What do you think?
We had 3 guys.
Let's say no.
No and yes?
Is there another duplication?
Yeah, well, there's an intent question.
I think it's gonna throw up on that one. Which one is it? What's that on that one? Sorry.
With the name?
May. But we've approved it.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, now you're on another precinct.
64,
As well.
not voted for 30 years, inactive but never moved. So it was a removed voting. The election official errors should have been normally, no info on here.
Some people just like to register
Sometimes
provisional.
they screw up on the computer and push the
Well,
wrong
this is
button.
a early vote.
Oh. It says 64-1 already.
I think that was fine.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I don't think it
Address verified, that is the system.
What'd you get? Which one is two people?
This was already 64-1, this one.
Okay, we're out of,
Oh, they were out of order?
yeah, wait a minute, yeah.
That was that one.
Okay, that's it.
That was, that should have been second.
No, I'm sorry, I lied, I just was looking at it wrong. Okay,
Now
that's
this
right,
one.
that's right. That's right. You're
I
good.
registered a DMV, the geocode issue. Just verified, added to system. They didn't check the DMV. I guess they just address not found, they found the address.
Oh, yeah.
Same household, I believe. Okay.
I have a physical address, transient voter sleeps in this parking lot. Address verified, added to system.
That didn't have the right ballot sign on site. So this is changing to a person. So we'll have to, because I have a little more, right?
Remove voter after not voting for the previous two federalists.
okay. So just to give
Unable to indicate in any manner that their name was correct, nor that someone could be them assistance. Voter unresponsive, received okay from the Nagy for provisional. Should vote normally. Why? Don't they have to acknowledge that they are who they are?
Yeah, we got one we want to talk about.
And that was so much.
hang on.
Sissa says, voter unable to indicate in any manner that their name was correct, nor that someone could give them assistance. Voter unresponsive, but received okay. And then it says, well, that they should have voted normally, but they have to acknowledge that their name and address is correct.
That they are who they are.
But it said, did it say received? Or did it?
There's nothing on here.
So he had not,
From Nagy
we had not
and
contacted
Greg
him for 2
to
federal
give to do the provisional. But I don't know why they should have voted normally if they couldn't indicate they were.
He was just removed for not having had voted or contacted 2 federal elections.
Which one is this guy?
We could not find
Don't
evidence
check that one.
Now, well, I'm just gonna put it.
So this one was unable to indicate in any manner that their name was correct, or that someone could give them assistance. Voter unresponsive. Received okay, it's maybe great to vote provisionally. And then it says they should have voted
I mean, they
normally,
could
but there's
have moved within the county
even
and
acknowledge
still
their
be
name and
registered.
address, so. If
Not
they don't do that, they're
necessarily
not
the
allowed to
same address. They
vote.
just can't have
There's
moved
nothing here.
out of state or out of Buncombe.
There's no reason.
Oh,
there's
no,
no- So you don't have any more info about this vote?
I could give it to Jay, he can let announce that you guys. Do you have
This one's missing one. This one she took and we haven't gotten back.
Yep.
You know?
Okay, now you're on 65-1.
Removed, but they found that it's inactive and never moved from Buncombe. Okay, voted out of precinct, issued the correct ballot style, which should have been 11.
Which one's that, Gillespie? Okay.
Yeah. You think that's gonna get read?
See that again? Yeah. That'll be fine. Yeah, that'll get us.
I'm not sure about that. Cream,
We have, we need to
you think that one's gonna register? Because the little dot there?
Is there something inside? I agree. Which one was that? Okay, it's this thing. All right,
Yeah,
sorry. You're good.
Internet,
You're good. I got it. I got it.
Previously removed, inactive, and never moved out of Buncombe. Not registered, inactive, and removed from Buncombe. Wait, this is not registered. I guess they must have found they were registered. Okay. Removed, 2 elections. Statewide duplicate check. Record is found, Buncombe removed, is not registered. Record found in application. No record was found. No record was found. No DMV. And they should, if they're not registered,
Record found.
the provisional application isn't signed. I don't feel good about that.
Don't pull up a chair.
Nice, move in with us.
It says this person is not registered, and then this says that they didn't sign, no record found,
And they didn't
and
sign.
it wasn't signed.
They didn't sign the provision.
They didn't attest to this.
This is, they were removed because of being inactive 2 federal.
Okay.
And the law is, if there's no evidence that they moved from Buncombe, then they should be reinstated.
Should it bother us that they didn't sign the application?
If that's the poll worker, definitely should not have to sign, but there's an error.
That's not, that isn't fatal to the,
It is not fatal. They should definitely should.
but it made it really sick.
Because that means they're not attesting that this information is right. And the others have not said that they weren't registered, but maybe it's just a language thing for these people.
Well, they were not registered because the state removes them from being inactive.
Okay.
So the poll worker would have not been able to see that only here at the provisional. When we researched it, we would have been able to see that they, by law, should be reinstated. Because there's no evidence that they
It's just a different language than the others. It looks like they initially were thinking to disapprove, but then changed it. I don't know why they thought about disapproving it. Not registered in Buncombe County or something, but they. So was he or was he not? There's no record.
So there is a record of him being registered here in the past.
Record is
Status
found.
is removed. Okay.
Yeah.
Moved out of district, election official error, should vote normally. This is a legitimate voter whose identity has been lost by our system. Might be.
Oh wait, no, I do not.
Combs Robinson.
Last name.
Oh, let's see. Hyphenated name.
You must have carried it around somewhere.
This person had a stroke, couldn't get to the right precinct, but got the right ballot.
Between precincts, they had a stroke.
It was a really tough election day. 68-1.
Good.
Okay. Issued the correct ballot style, so 681 instead of 681. 68.1.
Holy cow.
64.
Oops.
Is it West Buncombe or Newtown? That's a long ways.
Address change, incorrect precinct, be sure your address is in the system. Issued correct ballot, size, style 3. Doesn't say anything about finding the right address. Just voted out a precinct, and ballot style 3.
It's Roach.
Geocode error, do provisional, address is not valid, not in the system, address verified, added to the system.
This geocode misery keeps coming up, and that's what people were telling me when they came in. And it was Townsend.
That was
Got it.
Townsend.
Oh, 64.1 is not here.
She prior to already registered with the DMV. The unless they have it in the system online. And no notes issued correct ballot style per 3, but no notes does not consent. And got ballot style 3. Curriculum was inactive and removed. Put that back on the web, back the wagon.
Parents.
70.
Okay.
Registered at Buncombe, address not valid geocode, address verified, added to system.
This would be like living in Ingalls, only you're working in Ingalls. So you didn't get to show up on the geocode.
I'm gonna go to the precinct.
What was that last one? Was that Sporman?
That is Starman.
Okay.
This one didn't want to go to the right precinct, but they got ballot style 3. Geocode indicate address issue. Indicate voter removed. Address verified at the system. Should have gotten it in 03. They got it in 03. Geocode was verified, added to system. Inactive, never moved from Buncombe. Registered to vote on election day and cast a provisional ballot. But I guess because they shouldn't have been registering to vote on election day.
They were removed.
Right.
That's just the open this one.
This one is, these people let the person register to vote on election day, even though they, I mean,
They're showing it as a removed.
it was a removed voter.
So there was a registration record of some kind.
Then, do you have one that you're holding out?
2 of them.
We've got 2.
What numbers are they?
61-1, 64-1. Spoke with this person at a Skylar Board of Elections, told to vote provisional and get fixed. No geocode for current address, when intended to change to current address, previous address. Address verified at system, issued correct ballot. Ballot style 3, and this is 680.
Okay, well, we got a couple here that we got the questions about.
And can you remind me?
One of them is, actually, we've got three.
So I can be helpful.
We've got three.
And this was the one
So we
who
got two.
couldn't say his name.
Yeah, this couldn't, and these other two, I don't recall why we marked these two out. They're both in the same precinct. No, I lied. One's in 59,
Yeah,
one's in
one should have been a
61.
partial, and the other one was,
I don't know why I marked three. Looks like one made it through.
That one should be the partial, I know that, because I wrote down her name.
Okay, so that's a partial.
And then what was the other?
Then we hit, wait, don't leave me yet. So here's Tammy Wood. And I don't remember why we did that.
Yeah, what's that one?
I don't know. Have you got 61-1 in your stack there? No.
we gave that one to Victoria.
For some reason,
Oh, you wanted to know when they got registered, because it's
Oh, the
looking
election
from the
day.
envelope, yeah, it
Oh,
looked like
early
voting
voting,
election
right.
day.
okay, and then we have one more, and this is the man who didn't know who he was.
Right.
I couldn't tell
Yes.
couldn't tell who he was.
That one should be board. I think the board should discuss that one. That one's taken care of, that one you need more information.
So this one I can mark, but we
You're right,
have,
partial.
Yeah, partial. And then I'll go check in with Victoria, make sure that that didn't get her wrong. Yes, all right. That one should not have been approved, so 60 Wood.
Wood.
Is moving to disapproved.
Wood is would
You were
not.
diligent to review.
Because that's her.
It's right up there, All right, so that means that 61-1 can go over there. So these are, okay.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
And then we have,
The one who doesn't know his name.
Yeah, and then that one, I think the board should review
What do we call
together.
this, board review?
So if they register at early voting, they have to vote at early voting, they can't.
Almost forgot you again.
No respect.
I guess it will be in the system.
Almost ready. So,
Okay.
that's where I ought to put it. Let's put it right there. Instead of out there. And then there's one more on the next page. That's the initial review on this one.
okay, so there's some things here. Oh, you have another. So that one, yep, you got it. That is correct. And then we have the review.
I guess I shouldn't sign it until we decide what we're doing. We don't know yet. We're gonna vote this board.
Yeah, that's right.
What was the last name?
So the one we're reading
Want to
for?
review?
Right. It's no different from the guy who refused to say what his address was.
Yeah.
David Wright.
Can't validate the
David
voter.
Wright, I got a question mark
That
next to that guy.
Yeah, so that one, the board should review that one together.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I put a question mark rather than approve, disapprove, or partial.
Yeah.
We've got to talk about that. Let's see. Look by tomorrow.
64, so there's some that have.
I have 64 wire.
64, and who else? He hasn't seen it all. Possibly.
64, 65, 68, 69, 70,
I
and
think
681.
my only comment, I shouldn't have been.
There was that one ballot that needed voter intent as well. And I put a sticky on it. We agreed on voter intent, but the others didn't see it.
But it was, they did see it.
Okay.
And the machine would count as you think the voter
No, it
intended.
would have gotten an overvote because there was a big X there. It needed to be duplicated.
Oh, that's a different, I'm thinking of a different one. That one was duplicated.
Oh, okay.
Let me just roll through these and make sure your initials are on all of them.
Not me. Don't go on George's part.
They ended up in there.
I messed up on that one. Those were getting held.
Well,
I own up to one.
you are forgiven.
And then, did you want Jake to review
There that is.
some of those, or?
Sure.
Which one was it? Or is that
This
one
one's
ready?
gone.
Oh, that one's
It's not
out.
there. Yeah.
You can just drop So that team has no, does that team, did I catch up that team?
So that team's been excused.
Bo and Glenn on the changes.
Oh, yeah, I think I got everything. Changes.
Yeah,
Oh, well, I'm not there yet.
I was saying I could do that if you wanted me to.
Can't- well, yes,
I'm sorry.
I used to be used. It's really sad.
Those two are in order, and then these two are in order.
the city knows the city, the city knows the city. It's exactly the city is just in terms of road. That's its definition. It's word, so that's why it tries to say that it's not. It's trying too hard. Just accept it.
She asked me to call them.
So that is his response. Yeah.
Have you seen them all now?
Yeah. So we can deal with these three.
Just the two were very clear, they needed to be moved.
Right, the partial.
The partial and the
But we
disapproval.
still have to discuss that, just to make sure everybody knows,
Yeah.
including our audience.
Yes, and then discussion on.
Okay.
Does this need to go back to them? Is that their list? Yes.
No.
Okay. You're in charge.
There's three.
Whew! First thing I have to do is thank Joyce Knable for organizing this so well. Thank you so much, Joyce. This was a lot of stuff that we took a lot of time to do it, but we want to be super careful with these provisional ballots. Really appreciate the work of my colleagues on this board too, reviewing things so closely. Earlier in the meeting, we heard that 54 ballots were being recommended for partial approval and 157 for full approval and 370 for disapproval. And those figures have changed. We are now recommending 55 for partial approval. And we are recommending, no?
Yeah.
Straighten me out. I've got 55 for partial approval, 155 for, well, 156 for full approval, and then one we need to discuss.
No, one we were going to recommend for disapproval.
Right.
And then there's another one we need to discuss.
Right, I've got, okay. My
You're both
figures, I'm moving one from, get it right, Jake.
One from approved to partial, one from approved to disapproved.
Right, right,
And
right.
one that
So
we
instead
don't
of
have.
157 for full, we've got 155.
Yeah.
And instead of 54 for partial, we got 55.
Mhm.
And instead of 370 for disapproval, we got 371.
Right.
But we've got one more we need to discuss.
Correct. Yep, we're on the same page.
If we could take another peek at that ballot.
The right one?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm guessing it's that one. It's sticking up there. All that is also-
I think Joyce.
That's that now.
I think Joyce.
Looking at the numbers again. I'm not satisfied.
Okay. You want everybody on the same page.
But Jake just wants the one to
Yeah, I
discuss.
just want the one that we need to discuss. This is-
Right, but we had two that were approved go to partial. One was precinct 9.1, one was precinct 59.1.
Did they have one?
I'm aware of one going to
No,
partial
one
and
went to
one going
partial,
disapproval.
one went to disapproval.
No, and then there's the one to disapproval.
Mm-mm.
Well,
Okay,
wait,
the
yeah,
two
but-
precincts where you,
We had, the two that went from approved to partial had the wrong ballot style issued. And it's very hard to read in the envelope, we put our phone light up there, and because the county,
So which other one was it? Because we have one.
Yeah, on this side, we only had one that we recommended for partial.
You wrote that one.
yeah, partial.
Well, actually, we had two to disapprove.
This was,
No,
Right.
Yeah.
And it was
Well, we got one, I'm sorry, one
1.1.
one disapproved, one
partial,
partial,
and
and
then
one
the
to
one
be
we're deciding.
determined.
Yes, you're right. That's right.
Yes. It had the wrong ballot, so it needed
okay,
to.
I don't know about that.
So was that discovered in scanning?
This was discovered after the board saw it.
Probably.
So that,
Definitely. I
Okay.
would not have initialed it otherwise.
no. So that's okay. That's happened.
Okay, so that's the discrepancy.
Yep.
What happened?
Staff identified that, Joyce, the wrong ballot style, was it?
yes.
Voter used wrong ballot style.
And
So when,
This was an address, it was a geocode, and so we had coded it wrong. And we had just indicated the wrong ballot style in the module.
And so it didn't get caught here, but when Bria tried to scan it, it wouldn't take it in that
So
precinct.
we're not
because
talking
it's-
about what we,
No.
correct,
Linda and I
it
distributed.
was actually a
Yeah.
subsequent.
When Bria tried to scan this in the
Okay.
precinct that belonged in, it wouldn't accept the ballot style. And we
So-
discovered
No,
that.
To be clear, Linda and I have a disapproved, a partial, and a to be determined.
Correct.
I think we're all on the same page now. Does
So that's 154 approved. And
56 partial.
You have a good note on that one.
Mhm.
56 partial, correct. And then your one to discuss.
Okay, y'all remember this case?
Yep. We do. Well, I
We
do.
do.
Our colleagues down here haven't seen it yet. So
Yeah.
this is the first peek.
Back in gear.
So, somebody came into the polling area, they gave a name. I don't understand when it says voter unable to indicate in any manner that their name was correct. Or they,
I share your
I
confusion,
think
sir.
maybe
are
should
they
be.
not asked to give their name when they walk into the polling area?
Does
That's-
anyone on the provisional team have any more information on this than is on the ballot?
This person,
Is this
we don't know.
recommended for disapproval?
It was recommended for full approval.
It's recommended for full approval.
But not by us.
But not by us, yeah.
No, I mean, it was a staff recommendation,
Right,
and board's doing review, and questions arose, and we have the discussion.
There's nowhere from,
Well, do we, how is it that a name was assigned to this? If the-
Right. It's hard to envision the scenario where this transaction went
It's
through.
or that maybe the assistant who wouldn't say they were an assistant could have given the name, but then when asked, is that your name, the person was unresponsive.
And they
couldn't
refused
acknowledge,
assistance,
and wasn't able to.
which is,
Was it?
Somebody must, I mean, the only thing I can imagine is the voter pulled out some identification with that name on it. And they said, is that your name? And they said they couldn't say.
or they had an assistant, and the assistant gave the name, and then he said, no, that's not my assistant. So,
No, he didn't say anything. There was no response about anything.
oh,
I mean, somehow, election staff out at the early voting site was able to come up with a name.
I mean, we don't know if the guy could not, maybe he can't hear, like,
Right.
but we don't have
The
any
election
enough
staff.
information to really know what went on.
Well, election staff believed they had enough information to process the provisional ballot for this individual anyway.
Maybe we hear more from staff about why they put this in for approval?
I recommended it for approval because he signed the application, and I felt like since he's a registered voter and he signed, that he should be eligible to vote.
Okay, so this
So his
individual is
signatures-
registered in Buncombe County,
Yes.
presented himself to vote during early voting,
And attested that he was who that form said he was.
and they signed the absentee form at the early voting site.
But we did have someone come in and refuse to give an address, and we did not, I don't think we allowed that one. Remember the person that came in and refused to give an address, or validate an address? Oh, wait, yeah,
refused to state an address.
yeah, because it was he said he moved, but would not give a new address.
Well, the person couldn't have gotten a ballot without signing the ATV, right?
Yeah, they had to sign the absentee application at the early voting site
Yeah.
to get the ballot to early vote.
I mean, does it indicate more likely than not that this is just a poll worker who kind of got flummoxed or something?
And yeah, I'm guessing that this voter might not have been the standard transaction, not the easiest individual to help through the process. And so, yeah, because it was an unusual transaction, I could see an election official becoming flummoxed by it, and really not knowing how to proceed. But at least allowed this individual to cast a provisional ballot before they left the site.
If they can't
They got the
indicate a name or address, how do we know that?
Well, the person, they signed an ATV, they had to give their name and their
Well,
address.
someone else could give a name who was with them. We don't know. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the language about
We don't know
this
where
is.
Because
that
there's
name
some
came from.
indication that there was an assistant that was not really asked for or verified.
You know, it sounds, it's a very odd situation, but it seems like over the past few weeks, we've occasionally come across situations where the procedure is correctly followed, but something happens to make you wonder what really happened. But since the procedure was correctly followed, my initial reaction is to count the ballot. I mean, that's just my, but I'm.
Or to put it another way,
I'd want to hear what
there's
somebody
no
else
reason
says.
to discount the ballot.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's as much a flummoxed poll worker as a person who's somehow unusual or off base or something.
Mr. Carpenter?
I was gonna say, it sounds like received okay from Nagy and Greg, Provisional. I wonder if they would remember what happens.
Maggie is here. Nagy's here. And Greg is here.
My name's on
Yes, it is.
It says you were
What
unresponsive.
site?
It was a Black Mountain Branch Library.
That explained it.
Black Mountain Library.
Maybe
We're trying to understand what happened.
see if
here.
it rings any bells.
Also, try to look for an incident report that may go with this, if that will help you. I had 2 instances of this happening. Another one was in Weaverville where the voter was unable to answer, but
They got the name from somewhere. But no,
yeah, I assume the person out there assisting got them started with his name, and then they're supposed to ask, do you want assistance? Is this person okay to assist you? We need to have some type of acknowledgement from that voter. And then once we have that, and the voter still has to be able to sign or put an X or something on their ATV, then they can proceed with assistance. So it seems to me like that voter may not have been able to even do that. But I can go look and see if we have an incident report. Okay.
And Maggie, we've got I've got the provisional call line. What is the date?
I'll go get that.
Can I see the ATV? You said that there is a signature on that ATV? Ring any bells to you, Greg?
Is that a signature or something? Something in there. It's a squiggle. It's got a squiggle.
They can't acknowledge.
I think maybe you should, because this was taken during Wednesday.
Well, I've got my opinion on it. Are we waiting for an incident report? Is that where we're at? Can we move on and come back to it?
We do have another, we do have another approved going to partial. It was the wrong ballot style that was caught. So I do need to change that in the system before we duplicate it.
Does everyone understand that one?
So another one caught by Bria when scanning? Okay.
Oh, an additional one, so there's 3 from approved to partial.
I'm just curious, if we were as good as a machine, is there any way we would catch that reviewing these ballots without knowing the precincts like the back of our hand?
You would.
I'm not sure I follow.
You would have been checking, and Linda caught one, checking the envelope to that ballot style that we wrote on there. But it also could be a mistake that staff wrote the wrong ballot style on the envelope, so then the machine would have had to have caught it.
Might we move on to the disapprovals?
So have all the other ones been discussed, so we're
Yep.
only waiting on that one?
Just the last one.
I think we should give Nagy just 30 more seconds.
Yeah.
So that because if another issue comes up in the disapprovals, I think it could confuse us. Right now, we got it. I want to hold on to that.
Do we want to vote on the other partials?
No, because we might find something in the disapproves that we want to switch. So I think we just hang tight for a second.
All the dust settled.
Just have to remember that we already voted on some, so it'll just be the difference.
Is this allowed to be considered? Just vastly different. The one on the application from 2020. He's only 42. I know that.
So,
Okay.
you know.
But there's two voters who had the same issue.
Correct. So it appears that the same mother or guardian lost 2 voters.
So the other voter voted provisional as well?
It appears so. So we need to figure out what that was.
I wonder if that's a.
I want to commend you for directing them to vote provisionally. That was the right call. And of course, we can deal with it from here, but
So I said, let the board decide, based on the facts.
I'm glad that there's incident reports.
well, let me
This
just,
particular captain's very good about documenting.
Right, and I like that they indicated they spoke to you, so now we know who to go to.
well, let me disclose now that you've said enough that the chief judge told me about this. So I've had an informal exposure to it. And Jake, perhaps I should not vote on it? What's your call?
Or if you have more
It's
information.
not my call to make, sir.
I mean, if you have information that would be helpful.
Yeah, no,
Well, I heard the story, but it's hearsay. It's hearsay from the chief judge. And that may corroborate it right there.
Okay, Dave
This
is
is
unable to
not
respond in
hearsay.
any matter to identify
This is
himself or
double
request help.
hearsay.
Called Board of Elections, Nagy gave okay to proceed with provisional and do so using a witness at curbside. Mother assisted her son in voting. 2 workers, AM Captain and Fran, were present during discussion. Fran stayed with ballot. Mom was appreciative of all that was done, but was unable to indicate any signs of comprehension. Mother marked his
So they're
spouse.
exactly the same, so whatever we do with Mr. Wright, we should do with this one.
They were unable to respond, unable to hold pen. Mom held pen in his hand to write marks.
Everyone needs to see that. That tracks with what I was told.
Keep you in the loop a little bit.
And I am going to participate in the decision because I have corroboration of the hearsay, so that's fine.
Well, that was written by the judge. It wasn't written by Nagy.
Well, no, that's right, but it's the judge's who was
Story.
present. Yes, that's the story we're talking about, and that's the story I heard. It's the same story. I think the election worker made a good call too,
No, there's
to
two.
vote provisional. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
What do you say, how do you think that's based on?
There's two incident reports, like there's two different people, or
Two
one?
kids.
Where's the other provisional? Didn't disapprove?
It was approved. They were together, so you saw one, but didn't see the other. But we pulled it out so that we can talk about it too.
How come I didn't, the other envelope didn't?
I
no,
think
I
the
haven't
election
seen it.
worker did one
It doesn't have a
provisional,
note on it.
and I don't. I think that they approved the other was the sort of similar circumstance. For some reason, they made a judgment call, but one was good and one was not. Or one was provisional.
What did the other envelope say?
It's coming around.
Okay.
They're
We'll get
looking
the
at
same
it.
story.
I guess I'm concerned about a poll worker holding it for the person.
Same thing? How did we not see that?
We'll have to see the envelope.
That was in the same precinct? We only have one with that last name on here. What's the name?
Well, these are,
So I think what happened is that the mother was a disabled son.
this is-
And the person in the car. And she.
There were two people in the car.
They may not have the same.
And she ended up voting for both of them because they were.
Where's the other incident report?
Here, can you show me?
And they would like to see this.
Well, that one with paper clip.
There you go.
Oh, this had nothing written on
Is
it.
there any
That's good.
guidance about disabled voters and the number of memo or something?
Yeah, we did. And the memo was the Voting Rights, it was the Voting Rights Act interpretation from Judge Boyle. And he said, and it basically said that you cannot tell the disabled voter who can assist them, but they, nonetheless, if they require assistance, they have to ask for it. And they can ask anybody for it. And that was the
Right.
That was the statutory issue, was that there was a limitation on who could assist. And Judge Boyle said, no, anybody can assist, but the disabled voter has to ask, identify as disabled, and ask for assistance, those two things. And that from there, at that point, they can vote. But in this case, it appears the voter could not identify as disabled themselves and could not ask for assistance.
Right.
And Judge Boyle wouldn't make you vote that one.
Right.
I guess having read the incident report, this is a lot more clear. As I understand it, the woman drives up to the polling area. She wants to do curbside voting. The call is made to the Board of Elections. They say vote in provisionally. They go out there. The mother of one of the men assists in voting. Actually, I think the incident report says actually held his hand with a pen in it. And then the other incident report says the woman assisted the voter. And actually says mother marked the ballot. I guess that's the concern on my part. That
Chair, can I make
who's
that
doing
motion?
voting.
And we're also trusting that the mother correctly identified those individuals by their name.
Well, we don't let other people identify our voters, they identify themselves.
But they did not identify themselves.
They did not identify themselves.
Chair, can I make a motion?
Yes.
I move that we disapprove the two ballots that have been presented to us here on grounds that the voter was not able to acknowledge identity nor request assistance.
Okay.
Second.
Discussion. I am wondering if the two voters in question here have voted previously in Buncombe County.
I don't think that's relevant.
It's my, not to you, it's my question, and before we proceed with a vote, I'll get an answer.
Well, I mean, I also think there's an issue as to who actually did the voting. I mean, that's not at all clear from that report. And, I mean, it seems to me like that'd be a third ground for disapproving the ballot.
But I understand your perspective. I just want a little more background on these voters.
Yeah, and maybe when they registered as well. That'd be helpful.
I see that on the list. Otherwise, I'm going back and forth.
Yeah.
Two screens. Okay, the first voter you discussed registered in August of 2020 and has voting history for November of 2020.
Was it, do you know if it was when he turned 18 or?
No,
That
he's
voter
older.
was
He's older.
born about teenage.
Actually, they were registered on the same day. The second voter was registered in August of 2020 and voted in November of 2020.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions, comments? There's a motion before the board to disapprove 2 provisional ballots. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. The motion carries 4-1. Chair is the only dissent. Those 2 ballots are disapproved.
I think you handled this perfectly. Thank you very much.
Righty, and so, as we come down the home stretch, our numbers have changed once again. And everybody please check my work, but I have 57 for partial approval, 151 for full approval, and 373 for disapproval.
That's what I have.
Does that square with everybody else's facts
Yes.
and figures?
Was there a third ballot to discuss, or was it just these?
I think we found
That's it.
one more.
Yep.
But which? There's more.
What's your number again, Jake?
I just
I'm ready.
confused myself by going through them again.
Okay.
I started with 57 partials, 151 full, and 373 disapproved.
One more time.
57 partial approval, 151 full approval.
We have the partial one that we have
So you need to make the board aware of another one that the machine kicked out.
Yes.
So do that.
Okay.
Oh. Do tell.
Bria discovered a ballot that, did not go with the precinct, I guess. And, so we just had the team duplicate the ballot and, to the correct ballot style.
So was it a partial?
It is a partial.
That's one that we expected to approve as a full, but instead we're approving it as a partial.
Yes.
So that gives us 58 partial and 150 full. And how many?
58 partial,
for disapproved.
150 approved.
Correct.
373
Yep.
disapproved.
Okay.
Is everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Duplicators, thank you for that final duplication. We really appreciate your help.
No, they have some write-ins to
But
do.
now you got some write-ins to do. And here, I was ready to release the hostages, but I want you to know, the bosses wouldn't let that happen. It's just,
What if you move around those?
there's no mercy.
What if you move around those?
Okay, so now that we have the list done, we,
So, right, so these need to go in our.
let's get everything put away.
Right, that's, these are not counted.
Would you please pass that around?
Absolutely.
So we do these reports.
Let me make a note on that one that we disapproved. Hang on a second, Jake. You can do that for me.
Yeah,
Won't you
no.
strike it right there?
I've got them. Oh, yeah, that's good. Do it from the top.
So I'm gonna collect your slicers.
Don't trust us.
So now for the not approved, we have 373. And so you will each get your own red bin.
Wow.
And you're going to check the name on the list, review the application, not open the envelope, and just keep them in order. And then these three will not be on the list. So we'll just leave them on the side.
You're gonna edit the lists, so
Yeah.
we'll sign the
We'll
final.
edit the list and have them for you tomorrow.
Here, does everyone need these?
This is ours. They've got their own.
Okay, so we got lots of copies.
So this list is just what's in the box you gave us, or do we start it?
You're starting at the beginning this time, and you'll go to the highlighted, there'll be a highlight.
All right.
Not eligible to vote, address is not in Buncombe County.
Gotcha,
You're starting halfway through.
Address is not in Buncombe County.
gotcha.
Not registered in Buncombe
How is
County.
Jake
Is
going
not
to get
listed in the system. SDR.
I think we just,
Not-
they get a stack.
What does that mean?
And
ID not provided.
Do
They
it,
don't
and
need
then
to
we'll
show
get
an
you
ID.
red buckets.
Should it bother us that this one says ID not
provided.
provided?
It says same-day registration.
Oh, it's same day registration.
Yeah, this
Okay.
was at early voting,
Mhm.
and so the SOSA system wouldn't let us register them and not, because, they didn't have ID. So they had to
Oh,
vote.
SDR is same day registration.
Yep, same day registration. So they had until today at 5
To
to
produce
bring
it.
ID, and if they had come, then we would have processed them and then been ready to approve their ballot.
Okay.
So there was roughly 12 of these.
Okay.
Okay, I think I just missed one. You want to give me, I got that one. Is there a Barrett Ashley in your staff? No. No. No.
Right here, are we
Okay.
out of order?
A little bit.
This one, previously registered in Durham.
Okay.
Not registered in Buncombe, registered in
Barrett
Watauga.
Ashley,
Where should she go?
she goes between Wright and Cheney. Okay. All right, there you go.
Not registered in Buncombe County.
Okay.
Not registered in Buncombe County, registered in Guilford.
Okay.
Registered in Arundel. Registered in Forsyth.
Mm-hmm.
Registered after the deadline on November 1st. No record of registration.
Okay.
Registered after closing day. They even said so, it looks like. Registered after deadline. So, registered, the deadline, after the deadline, they registered on November 1st. When was the deadline to register?
October 14th.
Okay. Registered after the deadline.
Oh, good, yes.
Not registered in Buncombe County, registered in Moore County.
Okay, we're not, here, we got, hang on. Give me another precinct. Okay, carry on.
Sir?
Felon who had not re-registered her and voted provisionally, but she's not registered, they weren't registered when they voted. Was originally registered in Boone, still is registered. She was in college, she thought she had updated, but it wasn't updated.
Okay.
So Watauga, registered after the deadline on the 31st. Not registered in Buncombe, registered in Wake. Registered in Transylvania. Registered in Wake.
Okay.
Registered in Orange County.
Wait a second, let me give them a stack here. Oh, sorry. You're just so speedy, you're beating me. Okay. All right, here you go. All right, as you were.
All right, registered in Orange County.
Okay.
Registered on November 9th, a little too late.
Okay, wait, whoa.
Oops, sorry.
Carry on.
Registered in Watauga, left town to go to school, returned to her home address, but was registered in Watauga. This person is registered in Henderson. Whoever didn't have ID to prove local address was
SDR.
provided in Perry.
Same day.
SDR ID not provided. Not registered in Watauga, registered, whoops, sorry.
You're good. Is the next one on 6? Yeah.
6.1.
Yeah, go ahead.
Registered in Rutherford. Not finding the system. Registered after the deadline. Voted at Friendship, but for forgot to mark some of her choices when she voted earlier. Now she wants to vote for her additional choices. Sorry. Only one vote per customer. Not registered in Buncombe. Came from California. Not registered in Buncombe. Moved from Colorado. We checked the DMV. They're not registered. Okay. Address is not in Buncombe County. Looks like maybe Henderson. Yeah. Registered after the deadline. From Florida. Is that one? Not registered. They're registered in McDowell. Moved. New address given is not in Buncombe County, although registered in Buncombe County. Moved April 2021 to Henderson City County. Wanted to vote Provisional. New address given is not in Buncombe, Henderson.
Okay,
So
I get that.
they're registered in Henderson,
Yeah.
I guess.
They're off the reservation.
They're registered in Haywood. They're from Indiana. They're not registered. DMV was checked. They're registered yesterday. Not registered in Buncombe. Not registered in Buncombe. Thought they registered in the DMV. DMV is not checked. Let's see if they actually checked DMV. DMV research shows DMV registration activity. Before the deadline, address was in another county.
Another one.
New
Okay.
Hanover. So that was
Which one was that? Rodriguez. Okay, carry on.
right order. Not registered in Buncombe. Not registered in Buncombe. Registered yesterday with the DMV. Registration not on record, not in Buncombe. Not registered in Buncombe. Registered in Hendersonville. They just moved from Hendersonville.
So it was removed from GS 200
Registered in
bin.
Buncombe. New voter, no ID.
The election day precinct's been rescanned,
Registered in
and that
Buncombe.
ballot will be presented tomorrow.
Registered in Guilford. New voter, no ID, not registered in Buncombe.
No, we still vote to disapprove tonight.
Do you need to segregate this out, or you just leave it?
Registered in Burke.
This will be not approved yet.
Okay.
Registered in Mecklenburg. Not registered in Buncombe.
Which one is that? Yeah, that's right. No, okay, go ahead, carry on. Yeah, that's fine, just thought.
Moved out of county more than 30 days, address not in Buncombe. Moved September to Madison County, attempted to change it. Admission incorrect.
Get them registered.
Yeah, not in Buncombe. Registered after the deadline. Not in Buncombe, couldn't find it.
She wrote upside down.
Registered in Buncombe. Same day, no ID. Proof of ID. Not registered in Surrey County. No, no ID shown. 18-year-old voter with no photo ID, bill, etc. Photo ID is pending. registered October 18th.
After.
Why are they asking for ID? Is this the same precinct that was asking?
13-1, no.
Well, they registered, yeah, they registered after the deadline, so that's
Yeah.
irrelevant, but they should be asking.
Yeah.
Okay. We're from Ohio, not in, does this go in that one? 14.
No, it's a different one.
Okay. Not registered in Buncombe. Not registered in Buncombe. Same day registration, no ID.
Mm-hmm.
No other private medical insurance provider, no other ID possessed due to age. Not registered in Buncombe, they're in Wake. Did you get that name?
Mm-hmm.
Not registered in Buncombe. Registered on November 3rd, too late.
Mm-hmm.
No ID provided on the same day registration.
Mm-hmm.
Registered in Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
Presented a valid with Fletcher address, Spectreville.
Mhm.
Not registered. After the deadline,
Mm-hmm.
Wake County moved, can
Mhm.
register students. Not in Buncombe.
Mm.
Back to those of your older, your voter moved here more than 30 days ago. Henderson City County turned her away and sent her back to vote.
Mm.
Error on their part.
Mm-hmm.
Polk County
Mm-mm.
and late registration. Not registered. Not registered. DMV was checked. Not registered with the Henderson, no record of registration. Same day, no ID. Oh, really?
Couldn't vote for that.
Oh.
Catch up on this side.
Voter registered at DMV, but it says DMV was checked and it was after the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Buncombe. Rutherford.
Mm-hmm.
Mecklenburg.
Mm-hmm.
After the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Wake County.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
After October 14th. Anyway, that's why. Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Buncombe. Registered after the deadline. Not in Buncombe. Probably Burton. Registered in Cabarrus. Just moved. Not in Buncombe. Registered yesterday.
Meep, meep. Okay.
Corrected spelling of their name. Hopefully that was corrected.
It is.
Does it have an N in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Macon County. Not Buncombe. Jackson County.
Mm-hmm.
Not Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
After deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson County.
Mm-hmm.
After deadline.
Mm-hmm. Hang on a second. Carry on.
Not in Buncombe. Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson County.
Mm-hmm.
Late registration with DMV.
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania County. New voter. Mecklenburg. After deadline. Yancey County. Layton County, 2 years ago. Wife was registered. Randolph County, 3 years, but never voted here. Canaris, moved to new address 6 months ago, not registered. Okay. Forsyth. Registered online after the deadline. Guilford County. Let's see, it said they thought they registered. Let's see if they checked DMV. I believe they had, but not record of an existing note. Register and vote, knowing the vote is provisional, not registered. But it is in Guilford County.
Okay.
Florida, never voted, no, not registered. Not registered, Florida. Not registered, Florida. Pender County. Registered in Alexander. Not in Buncombe. Not in Buncombe. Expected to be registered by DMV, but not found in the system. Moved to current address a year ago. Doesn't say that DMV was checked. DMV registration activity after the owner deadline address was in the county.
After that.
11/2/22. After VR. What's VR?
Voting registration deadline.
Okay. So this should say after the deadline. Mitchell County. After the deadline.
Sorry to bother you, but we can't release them now. What, if something comes up, we can do it.
Cumberland County. Cleveland County. Got that one? Watauga County, just moved. South Carolina, not registered in Buncombe. Great County, 6 weeks ago, moved. Not registered in Ash. Not registered in Buncombe, came from Maryland. Attempted DMV. Let's see what they found. No DMV registration activity. Not registered in Buncombe, came from Maryland. Not registered in Henderson. Registered in Pulse. Registered in Orange.
Oh, you put this away.
Registered in Hendersonville. Registered in Madison. Registered as DMV. Registered in Stanley. Did you get that? Okay, Mecklenburg. It says DMV. This says Mecklenburg. Mecklenburg. No ID provided, same day registration. In Buncombe. It says registered DMV. It says Buncombe. There was activity before the deadline. The address was in the county. It says registration activity before the deadline, and address was in county. Sounds like this one should be approved.
We'll come look at this.
So this says they registered the DMV, and this says not. This says DMV registration activity before the deadline, address was in county.
That was Lindsay? No, which one was that?
No, it was between
Jones?
Jacobs and.
Oh, shoot, I already checked it. All right, go ahead.
Circle that or something.
Yeah.
Do that this way.
That's all right.
Registered in Mecklenburg.
Lindsay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Registered in Johnston.
Mm-hmm.
After the deadline.
Patton. Mm-hmm.
Potter?
Patton. Potter? I see
Patton.
Patton.
Yeah, you're right, Patton. They spelled that wrong.
They did, didn't he?
Yeah.
But that was, yeah.
Wake County.
Mm-hmm.
Mecklenburg County. Students. It's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Pending, need box number, call voter. Registered in Mecklenburg. Address was in another county. Okay. After the deadline.
Okay, wait a minute. I mean, that's a precinct.
Okay, but it's not complete because we're missing the one.
All right, I'm gonna put this in the stack. This is not complete, we're missing one. So I'm gonna give you the stack.
And the missing one is where?
It seemed like maybe should be approved because the
Yeah.
note said that DMV
In county,
was
Where?
in
within
county.
the deadline.
Where is it physically?
Where those two crisscross.
Where is the ballot
It
physically?
walked away
Victoria.
with Victoria.
Victoria has it.
Alright. Not registered registered DMV, didn't go through. Moved to current address several months ago. Did not present current ID with North Carolina address. No DMV activity of the registration. Okay.
That was Griffith.
New
Okay.
Hanover.
Mhm.
For driver's license. Why aren't they asking for driver's licenses?
Same day?
Desi registered through DMV with a license, presented a North Carolina driver's license with current address in our precinct, issued in March, not in the database.
What does it say?
I
Excuse me.
don't know, let's find out. DMV, no DMV registration activity, record found.
Excuse me.
Voters not registered, and following research was conducted. No record found, no record found, no record found, no record found.
Okay.
Okay,
And this one was.
so they showed a, okay.
Excuse me.
Not in Buncombe.
Hmm?
Henderson. Lenore.
Mm-hmm.
Madison.
Mm-hmm.
Durham.
Mm-hmm.
Mecklenburg.
Mm-hmm. So next one.
She moved from Louisiana.
Next one's Beavers. All right, here you go.
Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
Brunswick.
Mm-hmm.
Past the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Cumberland.
Mm-hmm.
Guilford.
Mm-hmm.
Guilford.
Mm-hmm.
Henderson.
Mm-hmm. What you got?
So she registered at the DMV in September
she was denied at the address that she registered under because her address was the car came back undeliverable. So she did not complete the registration process because the verification process denied her for her address. So because she was denied, and she has a new address, so she'll at least hopefully get registered at that one. As long as it's valid.
Okay. So, pass that back to
Victoria.
that is approved.
Okay.
Okay, married and moved to Fletcher, registration in 2 weeks, Friday. Address is not in Buncombe County. After deadline.
Go ahead and put it down.
Broom,
Keep going.
after deadline.
Yep, there's 2 McBrands. Kelly?
Okay. That was, yeah.
David?
Not in Buncombe,
Okay.
not in Buncombe, Brunswick County,
Mm-hmm.
Henderson County,
Mm-hmm.
not in Buncombe,
Mm-hmm.
Henderson County,
Mm-hmm.
Mecklenburg,
Mm-hmm.
not in Buncombe. We didn't check the DMV though. After the deadline.
Let me
Yes,
explain that.
wasn't
Let me give you a couple here. Hang on a second. Here is 33. Here's 31-1. Now we're starting another one.
I think you may not know.
I got it.
Not in Buncombe.
Mm-hmm.
No ID provided with the same day registration. Not registered in Buncombe. We thought he had registered but hadn't. Scotland County, college student.
Mm-hmm.
Moved in 2022 but had no home or address change. Address change, not registered in Buncombe.
Yeah, just tell me the names so I can cross them. Keith.
No
I'll tell you
record,
the
no
name.
record, no record, no
I got
record.
it, you let me know. Keith Turner. I
Those
need
are
that
not
first
found in
name.
database.
That's gonna be
Catawba
Vic
County.
Presley.
Mm-hmm.
After deadline.
Davey.
Wake County.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
That's it.
UTIA.
And then these three.
Where? She said she was supposed to do something. That's okay. Those are the 3 that we messed
Right.
with. Okay.
Where's my seat? I'm sorry. Wisniewski. Document.
Yes.
That's it.
And then these are the 3 that we.
These are the ones we blew up.
Rodriguez. Sadie. Steinecker. Lily. No? Did you get Abdul Allah? Okay, so you got Lily. Okay, yeah, that's good. And that will leave you one. Peterson. Rushmore. St. Marie.
Green, you want to
Not
get rid of these? Those are the 3 that we changed.
These are the 3 that need added to the list.
I think they're going to redo the order.
Hardin. Chick. Howell. Lambert. Hall. Allsworth. Gonzalez.
No, that's going to initially.
Miller.
You did yours.
I did. 8 o'clock and all's well.
Oh,
Or
swell.
Harriet Ashley.
We can live on donuts.
Well, those were pretty good
They were
donuts.
very good.
I could live on those donuts.
Did you get Dixon?
We got down to all the weird flavors, though, that no one really wants to approve.
Lumpkin.
see if they add the other three.
And Holt, Hooser, and Webb. Precinct one's on the bottom. This is precinct one. This is precinct 71.
There should be.
Do you want maybe the team to mark them as disapproved or something?
You just don't want me to check the wrong box again. Yeah, no, this is nuts. We've never done this before. I swear we've never done this before.
I think.
It's out, I guess. You bring us a present. You bring us a present.
We took some out of the back of there, but actually, let me go check so you can start it.
Take it all.
You guys are generous.
Okay, ready?
Started 65.
Make a little.
I am.
Andrews.
Yeah. I learned my lesson.
You got Andrews.
Okay, let me go find it.
Look at that steady hand.
I'm impressed. I couldn't do that.
Andrew's married. Andrew's married.
Yep.
Got it.
Andrew's passed away.
Okay, you ready?
Right. Not in Buncombe.
Got it.
Not in Buncombe.
Okay.
Forsyth County.
Huh?
Not in Buncombe. Guilford County. Not in Buncombe. DMV is checked. Mecklenburg. Not in Buncombe. Forsyth. Ash. Mecklenburg. Another one, Wilson City.
Okay.
Mecklenburg. Watauga.
Looks like we've got a bad share.
Not in Buncombe.
Whoa, sorry. Which one's that? Okay, back off. All right, starting to stack. Cook. Amanda. Okay, got it.
Here 30 days ago, not in Buncombe. No ID. Moved in June. Has license plate with wrong address. Nothing with the correct address. Authorized by Board of Elections Peggy.
Approved.
Provisional law. Completing this envelope recognized.
I call it the same day.
ID not provided with correct address. No ID.
Okay.
Not Buncombe.
Okay.
Madison County.
Okay.
Previously removed. It was found in database with a different name, address.
Okay. What do you got?
inactive was removed because it moved within the state, but not Buncombe, I guess.
Yeah.
Records found removed in Madison.
No record, no record, no record. Okay. That's good. Yeah.
Not in Buncombe.
Okay.
Henderson.
Okay.
Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, I just checked. Not in Buncombe. Notice from Buncombe, no time to return to Henderson. That doesn't
Okay.
work. Voter already voted. Computer says previously voted. Voter
says
said
no.
no. Voter already voted.
So-
Isn't that a crime?
Oh, yeah, it's time I check. Somebody, citizens arrest, citizens arrest.
Verify. Previously voted one stop on the 20th of October. What do we do about that? Somebody votes twice.
Well, they tried to.
So we report all of those.
Okay.
Yes, so is this, that's, so,
We have a list of all of those.
Okay.
Okay. And where will that go?
To the state. I'll get the list and I will give it to the State Board of Investigations team.
Okay, great. Durham County. A county that's not Buncombe, I can't read it.
Not Ridge Buncombe, registered in Madison.
Madison. Okay, not in Buncombe. Jackson County.
Mm-hmm. Whoop, whoop.
Is that
Hey,
the
no,
right
you're good,
name?
you're good. No, I got a break.
Okay. Oh, wait, here's another 68-1, and this is
No, we're starting
69.
68-1. That was 67.
Well, how come I have a 69-1?
Because.
Is that in the wrong order?
It's down
You
there.
have
Yeah, it is
Magellan.
down there.
Okay.
I have Magellan, but Magellan is 68.
My next one should be McMillan.
No, Magellan is the next one, 68-1.
This says 69-1.
Well, it's a lot. All right.
That's, no, they wouldn't make that. Can we check on the precinct for
He
this?
voted at 69, but his address is
68.
Okay.
All right.
It doesn't say that he was in the wrong precinct, though.
You've got him in the 60.
Is he not registered to vote?
It's got the 68 list.
He's registered in Jackson, but.
Although I see,
but
here
it
you
doesn't
got.
say up here that.
Yeah, you got 69. You got 69 here. You got 69
Okay,
here.
then how come, oh, okay.
We only mark what the reason why the provisional we recommended for not approval. So we don't mark every reason. We just recommend it for approval because he's not registered in Buncombe.
All right. Jackson. Mecklenburg.
Hey, you're on McMillan. Okay, you're good.
Not in Buncombe.
Got you.
Not in Buncombe. Thought he registered last year, but no. Henderson. Not in Buncombe. Moved 2 years ago, but not registered in Buncombe. New voter voted online for the voted online for the DMV. That's an interesting.
Well, they do.
That's nice.
DMV does whatever they want to do.
After the deadline. They registered after the deadline. Henderson County.
Because this is the end of that.
Durham.
Henderson. Yep.
Hasn't updated license, not in Buncombe.
One may say.
Registered in Wake. Orange. Not in trouble verifying address. Not in Buncombe.
Wait a minute. I think oh, I got ahead of myself. Okay, here you go.
Orange. Guilford. Not in Buncombe. Last voted in Rutherford.
Sure, I'm all right. Okay, carry on.
the right person?
Mhm.
Watauga,
Mhm.
no ID on same-day registration.
Mhm.
Not in Buncombe, attempted DMV, let's see what they say. After the deadline. There was activity, but it was in county, but after the deadline. Orange County,
Mhm.
Dare County,
Mhm.
where she was found in the system. Registered at DMV. After the deadline, November 2nd.
Wait a minute.
That's 71.
Yeah, here we
Right
go.
one. Cumberland County. Taking up rolls for the.
Okay, hang on a second.
reprinting
What is a
this.
681?
That's its own precinct.
It is? 681 is a precinct?
Yep. Yeah.
I get
And-
such a wacko
I
number.
don't know. There's
All
also
right.
68.1. Motions to approve.
Oh,
New voters taken off rolls for non-participation.
What are those?
That should have been okay. They were removed because they moved from the county.
So they were found by one of
2004.
these teams. Okay. I think
No,
I'd wait.
no,
Yeah,
other
wait till they
thing.
get through and
Not
then.
registered.
Okay. And then do.
Registered is not registered. And Cumberland County.
Okay. Guess what?
Are these two different? They're the same?
They're the 681s.
No, this one's 53-1. Oh, maybe not.
Mm-mm.
There's 680.
Okay, here's the
This is-
reference to 53, okay? So this is,
Oh,
see
okay,
what
but
they
they're
do.
from 681. Okay.
All right.
Well, we tried to outrun the system and,
All right, so you're done.
But there's an estimate, and we're still missing additions, so we're gonna reprint those?
Yes. Joyce has two shows you. You're completely done. And poor Jake, I don't know how his hand is still operating.
Great stuff.
well, Jake, you made a lot of progress while we weren't looking, though. I'm impressed.
This is just,
Should we have other board members initial too?
it's not a matter of initial, it's a matter of find where this guy is on the list.
Will you look and see if you can find this one on the list?
Anywhere on the list.
16-2.
And
I
then,
need the alphabetized.
Here's 16-2.
For Walker.
Is it Zachary? I don't
Yeah.
see, he's not on here.
Walker is the last name.
Walker? What else do you got? 16-2, 16-2. You got one, 16-2. What's that?
so she's,
Keep going. Go, yeah.
Oh.
Is that name on there?
18-4, 16-2, 18-6. 16-2, 18-3.
do you have your computer? They just need to know where this one goes. They can't find it on the list.
Okay.
Zachary James
Found that one. Hallelujah.
I don't see it.
I'm not seeing it anywhere else. I look in both columns.
Closest I get is 18-3, 16-2, 18-1,
There and that.
Oh, there it is.
What?
Zachary Walker.
Yeah, Jay,
No, you're not.
I'm not asking for much.
No. After Christopher Reynolds.
45.
What?
Oh, wait, this is, I'm looking in the not approved. This
Right.
this is in the disapproved.
And this one should be disapproved. Well, I was looking in the wrong place too.
It's there.
Yes.
Just tell them.
45-1.
45-1.
Oh.
If you look in the wrong list, then you.
Yeah, if you look on the wrong list, it's really not there.
Yeah, which is, that's good to know.
Yeah, so I think, Jake, what do you think about presenting, letting Joyce present these two that are gonna switch categories?
Yes.
And then,
In favor of expediting the
yep,
process.
then they have all been reviewed and we can punish you for being chair and you can initial these after the meeting is done.
Ms. Knavel.
Oh, we did
wait,
lose
let's
it.
wait for Mr. Aceto.
Yes.
So Steve. You needed a donut fix.
We still have the absentee part of this whole
Yeah.
thing.
Uh-huh. But there's only 10.
Looking for you.
All
We
right.
found each other.
Okay, so your diligence paid off, and we have two not approved, switching to approved. These were removed for being inactive for 2 federal elections, and we did not, we researched that they were out of county or out of state. So we will approve these, you will approve these, and we'll now have 152 approved.
Thank you.
So,
Reinstated.
so let them know which one so they can mark it on their list.
All right.
And they moved from disapproved to approved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we go to 152 approved and 371 disapproved.
Correct.
All right.
And there's still some on these
Fully
lists
counted or
of
partially?
approval that was switched that are not marked on
We
here.
think of fully. We assume fully.
Say that again?
We don't have all of the partials indicated in writing on our list,
On your list.
in our old list for the, earlier, the ones that were supposed to approve but weren't.
That were disapproved.
Just moved to partial.
Oh, moved to partial.
Because there were some that got caught there and they weren't written here.
Was what?
That's right. No cell phone.
Yeah, that was disapproval, Wood, right?
Yeah, Wood,
Oh, yes, it
Wood
was.
went away.
Wood was
It was,
disapproval.
it was.
That is the
And then
correct
Bree,
style.
Snow.
Yeah, that was partial.
And then I don't know what the ones were.
Yeah,
that she
that's the
held.
one that's on the list. Those are the ones. So what are the two approvals?
It's 52.1,
Yeah,
Ward,
Worley?
52.1,
Did you say Worley?
Worley,
Okay,
52.1 Worley,
okay.
39.3 Monk. Okay. I'm gonna write the ballot style. I'm gonna write the precinct. I'm gonna double check.
So. Joyce left us again.
Well, no.
Checking the ballots.
We need to know whether these are full or partials. We might have the wrong ballot style.
Like run them through the machine just to make sure. Okay.
They're checking
Okay.
the precinct against the ballot style.
absentees. I saw Jacqueline
You said
bring
you
them
had
up here.
some absentees and some militaries and some
Mhm.
overseas.
Yeah.
Overseasers.
I think we
This doesn't have a total count. I would like to see the count. I guess it does. It says 370.
And it went to 371.
Right. We added 3 of them.
And for this group, we went from 370 to 371.
Then we removed 2.
Yeah, so that's right.
I'm summoning Maggie.
Just lock the room. I can stay here till 11 signing these things. Yeah. Any precincts there that are in the 30s, even though all in the 60s and 70s, 60s and 70s.
Yeah, all those. He's got all those.
I don't think so. There might be like one next gen somewhere though.
I just got the, oh wait, never mind.
The 30.
No. I know the answer.
Would you like the stress ball?
We're ready.
Oh, you are, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Great. Where would you like me to start, Jake?
Start over with Mr. Carpenter. Keep it away from me. We'll just get lost here.
I'm gonna start here, I'm gonna pass out. The lists are very self-explanatory. These just came in after the deadline.
They were
Postmarked fine?
Yep.
Came in late.
Yep.
How many are
There
there?
are 14.
They're recommend, so what she handed me is recommend for disapproval.
Thank you.
14th was the last day.
Don't be so quiet that she doesn't know. Linda.
You made Steve, so we don't have to do this twice.
Uh-huh. Steve, your partner needs you.
Alright, you ready? Here, I can
Hang on a second. So these things somewhere else.
So these three were pending a cure, and because that one was missing a signature, and that one was missing a signature, and that one was missing a signature, they were not cured.
Not timely cured. Okay.
So, okay.
Which one was that? I marked the wrong one. That was not daily. That was Aberley. Okay.
All right. Okay.
And
This
this one was, you missed her.
They're all pending a cure. They are all
Okay,
missing a
those are
signature.
all, all right,
and
I
they
get you,
never,
I got you.
they never got
Cantor,
it.
daily, and.
Daily, Cantor,
and
Aberley.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. This is, so returned, basically, they were all, it says they were all returned after the first time. Yeah, right after the deadline. 15, oh, let me just check the names, okay.
Mhm.
Schwartz, Schwartz, David, Hibbert, Hannah, Celeste, Jane, Shahzad,
Where's Holland?
Colin, sorry. Liv
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Shope,
Mm-hmm.
McDonald,
Mm-hmm.
Case,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
today's the 17th.
Okay. You got some militaries and some overseas, or those are all?
There, take out,
There's
yeah,
a-
there's those two lists.
I sent them that way.
Okay, good. Well, here's two others.
Oh,
Thank you.
these are minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I'll wait till the absentee are done.
And we still haven't gotten the updated provisional lists.
I think Joyce has them. Oh, okay.
But we can sign the apologize.
Okay, but let's finish up the absentees first.
Yes, that's, okay, wasting my time. All right, colleagues, everyone's had a chance to review the 14 ballots that have been recommended for disapproval, the 14 absentee by mail ballots recommended for disapproval. Does anyone have any questions, issues with this? All those in favor of disapproving the 14 ballots, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. And I will note to those in the audience, as Ms. Austin mentioned, every one of these was postmarked in time. Well, wait. One, the postmark was not readable, but in any case, we got it too late. So it's just sad. 17. Thank you very much. Oh, so many Thank you very much. Okay. Those are done. Those are done. So,
so
is
update-
everybody ready for some final motions so we can
I think we need,
maybe get out of here?
so Joyce, give us an update on where we are.
Okay, so Victoria is still reprinting our final report.
Right.
But we do have the ballot envelopes for the approved and partial that you need to sign. So to reiterate, we have 152 approved and 58 partial. That would be 373 not approved, and that is 36% were approved and partial.
Wait a minute.
Actually, I have 371
Yeah,
disapproved.
371.
And that's because we moved two
Oh,
from
you're probably
disapproved to full approval.
But you're probably all right.
Yeah.
All right, we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what percent was, so is that percent incorrect? So approved 152 out of
Maria will come
581.
and show the results and
Great.
summarize.
All right, well then I will take this opportunity to move that we formally approve 58 ballots that we have reviewed for partial approval. All those in favor of approving the 58 for partial approval, please say aye.
Aye. I thought we did this.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you, the motion carries 5-0. I further move that we fully approve 152 provisional ballots that we just reviewed. All those in favor of full approval of the 152 provisional ballots, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Finally, I move that we disapprove 371 provisional ballots that we have just reviewed. All those in favor of disapproving the 371 provisional ballots, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Ms. Bailey.
Okay. I have the total here of what we have scanned.
Did I sign all three of them?
We only signed two.
Oh, you're holding it up.
The not approved just get
Zeros to me.
get archived.
They don't get saved in a bag.
Thank you.
So this should be 152
number?
and 58.
Hang on a minute.
210.
Where is it?
210.
Thank you. Okay, there we go.
So that's the partial approves and the approves, 152 plus 58.
Uh-huh. Last time I checked, that was 210.
So,
This is original.
Blank sheets cast. There's something. Why is blank sheets cast?
That was a blank ballot.
And that's, so it just goes in the pile.
Yep. It is in this total.
Oh, I see, okay. Sheets processed, total ballots, and blank sheets. Okay.
Ready?
Okay? Yep. And so we have the revised list ready for full signature. Just pass them around. Here's partial.
Go wash this out.
Totals. There. Oh.
George, here's one that had a couple of questions, then we just forget about it since you've got the final.
I will actually archive all these.
Okay.
I will archive all the ones that you made marks on.
And why aren't the disapproved ones in an envelope?
Because they're not opened. And I still have to pull out all the applications tomorrow so that I can scan them so they can get registered. I will do the approved and not approved applications in the morning. And then I'll do the not approved after Canvas is completed.
Okay. Have all of the lists been signed?
I only signed one.
Oh, so
Is that all we needed?
are all lists signed by all?
Yes.
You just
We
want
had- We had
one?
one set
Okay.
of the final.
Do you want
And
more
we
than
will,
one
we will just keep the ones you checked off and the ones
Good.
you.
So the one set of the final has been signed by all board members.
Yes.
and is
Yes,
in
and I
Anna
have that.
Catherine's possession.
If you want more than one copy, then
Okay, all right.
All
I'm.
right.
Okay.
We're ready for adjourning.
Is there any more business to come before this board? All right,
Next
meeting is
meeting.
adjourned.
What time do
say
you want
next
us?
meeting
Oh, the next, well, everybody knows at 11 tomorrow
8:47.
morning you gotta be
That's
here.
early, we have to be here.
We got
Do we
sleeping
wanna
bags
say
in the back,
something?
don't we?
Where?
Do you want to say something about tomorrow?
So I do just, yes, I'm sorry, Jake.
Are we here
So I
or
just
across?
wanted to, we're here.
We're here.
Yep, so we're here at 11 o'clock.
Here for cameras.
We'll do the challenge hearings first.
Right.
No surprises there, all ones you've seen.
Yep.
Then Devin and Bria will present the early voting and the election day audit, so they'll go through that whole process. Then we will recess for lunch and while they make reports. And then when we reconvene, we think that'll take an hour and a half. Then when we reconvene, although we probably should only take an hour, and we could reconvene and do minutes.
Minutes, exactly.
Because that was decided at the beginning. And then when we reconvene, we'll review all those reports and make sure it jives with the audit. And then, if you all agree, it's final certification time.
So what's your estimate on timing?
Well, it depends on how long the board spends investigating the audit and looking at the reports.
What are the memos?
And also whether someone shows up for a challenge hearing. So it's hard to tell.
One of the memos says we have to review all precincts or ballots, something like that. Is it, I don't remember how the last canvass in primary went, but is it a spot check?
So we'll have all the tapes.
We review them all, set them out for us, and we can review them all, spot check, whatever the board chooses.
All right, till tomorrow.
Till tomorrow, yes.
Well then, thank you, everybody.
We're very close. Sorry, yes, ran ragged today, for sure.
Jake, is there anything that anybody can do to help you if you have found a way?
Okay.